Chapter 1064. At this time, the giant's black armor seemed to have withstood a terrifying baptism. It had broken in many places, and its exposed flesh was torn open with countless wounds. It could be said that there was not a single part of the giant's body that was unharmed. But even with such serious injuries, he could not lower his head. The giant's back was still straight. He was like a towering mountain that pierced into the heavens, standing between the heavens and earth. No matter how the storm struck him, he would not bend in the slightest. A roar came from the giant's mouth. A terrifying sound spread into everyone's ears. In Giant Deer City, the weaker demons all vomited blood from their noses and mouth. Some of them even fainted on the spot. The will projection of the dragon abyss sword shattered and dissipated. Qin Yu's dragon sweeping spear also broke in half. But in this battle, he still obtained the final victory. The giant eyes locked onto the abyssal demon dragon. This terrifying creature that stood at the top of the food chain in the abyss emitted a panicked roar and struggled to escape. But summoning the dragon abyss sword had nearly exhausted all of its strength. The abyssal titan strode forwards. As the demon dragon roared, its fear became even stronger. But it couldn't change the outcome it was about to face. A terrifying hand grabbed the abyssal demon dragon. Another hand thrust into its body. As the abyssal demon dragon crazily roared and struggled, a giant meatball was pulled out from its body. This meatball was translucent. One could faintly see that there was a mirror made of some unknown material tightly wrapped inside. Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror. This was the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Then, he felt a wave of weakness erupt from his body like a black hole, crazily swallowing up his strength. The Titan bloodline and the 3 demon commander-level demon bloodlines were about to be burnt out. In order to defeat the Dragon Abyss Sword and summon the myriad battle armor and the Nirvanic Dragon Sweeping Spear, he had consumed far too much strength. He flipped his hand over his chest and used his fingernail to cut open a long hole. Then, he stuffed the meatball wrapped around the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror into it. In the next moment, the Abyssal Titan that Qin Yu had transformed into let out a roar. He grabbed the Abyssal Demon Dragon with both hands and erupted with the last of his strength, tearing outwards. Thus, a horrifying scene appeared. The Abyssal Demon Dragon, which was more than 10,000 feet long, was directly torn in half from the middle with a scalp-numbing sound of flesh and bones breaking. The Abyssal Demon Dragon, whose body had been cut in half, did not die. It howled in pain and twisted its body frantically. But at this moment, the Abyssal Titan could no longer wait. It grabbed the lower half of its body with one hand and brought it to its mouth, tearing and chewing it. Scarlet blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. As he swallowed, the Abyssal Demon Dragon's flesh and blood that he ate directly transformed into a powerful force that continued to maintain the existence of his Titan true form. All of Julu City was dead silent at this moment. It was as if a finger with infinite power had pressed the pause button in this abyss world. All the abyss devils were staring with wide eyes at what was happening outside the city, at the sky above the natural moat that had expanded a lot. An extremely powerful and legendary abyssal demon dragon was torn in half by the hands of an even more terrifying giant. And now, before the abyssal demon dragon died, this giant was crazily devouring it in half. If they had not seen this with their own eyes, they would never have believed what they were seeing even if their heads were cut off. Abyssal Demon Dragon. That was an abyssal demon dragon, the beloved of the abyss. It was born with terrifying strength, and when it matured, it could rival peak abyssal kings. But now, in front of this giant, it had been reduced to being torn apart as food. This contrast was too great, so great that all the demons in Julu City could not accept this. But no matter how unacceptable it was, when it really happened in front of them, they had to force themselves to accept it bit by bit. Finally, some demons recovered from this crazy scene. Their minds began to turn and they recalled some ancient legends. It was said that countless years ago, when the abyss was just born, many terrifying creatures were born. The abyssal demon dragon was only one of them, and it was not the strongest. This was because there was a type of giant that was born 1,000 feet tall. When they matured, they could easily break through 10,000 feet. They had infinite strength and could support the heavens and earth. Its name was Abyssal Titan, and it loved to eat the flesh of demon dragons. It hunted abyssal demon dragons for a living, and it was the natural enemy of the demon dragon race. After countless years, due to some unknown reason, the abyssal titans gradually withered and finally disappeared from the abyss world. Abyss Titan. It's the legendary extinct Abyss Titan. How is this possible? It's actually this kind of terrifying mythical creature. It's no wonder that even the powerful abyssal demonic dragon can only be reduced to food. It's actually an abyssal titan. Exclamations rose and fell in Julu City. The eyes of all the demons were filled with endless respect. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon trembled slightly. At this moment, they no longer doubted the truth that Miss Liao had told them. So Sir Lu Hua really was from the purest ancient bloodline. Now, he had descended once more into the abyss because he was carrying a supreme mission. He was going to ascend to the peak of the abyss and attain supremacy. This path was incomparably difficult and dangerous. The test from the abyss could completely destroy him at any time. But it was precisely because of this that external forces were needed to help Sir Lu Hua pass the test of the will of the abyss. They took a deep breath. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon's eyes lit up. This was because they were the ones chosen by Miss Liao. They were the ones who would follow Sir Lu Hua and overcome all obstacles along the way. Perhaps there would be dangers, perhaps there would be death, but this would become the greatest glory of their lives. And once they succeeded, they would live eternally with the abyss. They would even bring the bloodline of their entire race to unimaginable height. For this, they were willing to give up everything. In a small courtyard, the pale-faced Liao Shi revealed a faint smile. She had succeeded. She knew that with Qin Yu's luck, he wouldn't be killed so easily. That's right, before everything began, Liao Shi didn't have absolute confidence. Although the Abyssal Titan race was the natural enemy of the demon dragons, this didn't mean that the strength of the Titan race could completely restrain the abyssal demonic dragons. A long time ago, when the abyss first appeared, the Titan race and the demon dragon race were born. Because of their unique tastes, the two races were like fire and water. The number of abyssal demonic dragons that died in the mouths of the abyssal titans was innumerable. But there were also many abyssal titans that lost their lives because of their greed. Of course, there was no need to say all this now. Qin Yu had succeeded. Now, it was time for her to make her appearance. Liao Shi stood up and looked outside Julu City. Her eyes were calm, and an indifferent light flowed in them. She naturally exuded an aura that made others feel awe and respect. She didn't need any power. She just stood there, and she naturally became the center of the world. Everything had to bow their heads to show their respect for her. Although the will of the abyss didn't have a brain, it was still very good at pestering people. Liao Shi narrowed her eyes, and her indifferent aura became even stronger. She already knew that she couldn't avoid it. But at least she could finish her arrangements before disappearing. With the demon dragon's flesh and blood to replenish his strength, Qin Yu could maintain his Titan true body. He could clearly feel that the 1,000 illusion demonic mirror in his flesh and blood had finished recognizing him as its master. As expected, Liao Shi was right. After obtaining Mianya's blood, she really did break the restriction that only the 9-tailed demon fox race could truly control the 1,000 illusion demonic mirror. Because at this moment, Qin Yu could clearly feel that the crazily burning Titan bloodline in his body, which was about to completely dissipate, had fallen into a state of absolute stillness. This stillness came from the 1,000 illusion demonic mirror. As long as this power didn't dissipate, he could forever maintain his Titan true body. Of course, this didn't mean that Qin Yu could summon the Titan true body without fear. Although it didn't consume his bloodline, it still needed the 1,000 illusion demonic mirrors' power to maintain it. Once the 1,000 illusion demonic mirrors' power was exhausted, the Titan true body would automatically disappear, and it would enter a state of stillness until the 1,000 illusion demonic mirrors' power was completely replenished. Only then could it be summoned again. Qin Yu silently calculated that the complete power of the 1,000 illusion demonic mirror could maintain the Titan true body for about an hour. After it was exhausted, it would take at least a month to replenish it. Every month, he could only use it for an hour. Although it seemed pitifully short, Qin Yu was already very satisfied. In the Titan true body state, he was confident that he could even face an abyssal demon king for a while. If he threw it out in a battle, it would be a sure kill move. Besides an abyssal demon king, it could crush anyone. If he wasn't satisfied with this super trump card that could be used repeatedly, then he would be too greedy. Liao Shi. This woman had really given Qin Yu a big gift, even though he had risked his life to obtain the 1,000 illusion demonic mirror. The entire process seemed to have been extremely smooth. He had beaten the abyssal demon dragon all the way, and he had even eaten it. But in reality, it had been extremely dangerous. Just a little bit more, and his Titan true body bloodline would have been completely exhausted. If this had happened just a little bit earlier, then perhaps the current situation would have been completely different. The beast tied outside Giant Deer City had been scared off by the battle between him and the abyssal demon dragon, and could no longer pose a threat. As for the abyssal demon dragon, it had become its current form. The food in the abyssal demon dragon's stomach was replenishing his power. In that case, he should have survived the attack from the will of the abyss, right? Just as this thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind, an extremely angry dragon roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, endless abyssal demon energy was summoned, condensing into a huge wave, and brazenly smashed in all directions. With a loud bang, the abyssal demon dragon that Qin Yu had transformed into was sent flying away like a mountain. Space shattered, and the dark void formed a giant hole. A suffocatingly large abyssal demon dragon slowly flew out from it. If the abyssal demon dragon that Qin Yu had killed had an incomparably terrifying aura, then compared to this abyssal demon dragon, it was like comparing a baby to an adult. It had only descended here, and without doing anything, but its aura had stirred up the abyssal demon dragon that had sent Qin Yu flying just now. As more and more abyssal demon dragon appeared here, the air rapidly became viscous. Breathing became incomparably difficult, as if it would freeze in the next moment. Finally, the entire abyssal demon dragon flew out of the black hole. It lay between the heavens and earth like an endless mountain range. It was at least 100,000 feet long. As its body slowly moved, the dragon's scales that covered its surface collided with each other like blades of armor, emitting cold metallic sounds. Abyssal titans all deserve to die. The 100,000-foot abyssal demon dragon roared, accompanied by a cold and berserk killing intent. Every syllable was like a thunderclap, madly exploding between the heavens and earth. Chapter 1065. Qin Yu, who had transformed into an abyssal titan, revealed a bitter look. Was this the true trump card of the abyssal will? Or could it be said that the abyssal will would never stop until he and Liao Shi were killed? This was unsolvable. Besides death, there was only death. It wouldn't give them the slightest chance to live. The so-called flow of the heavenly Tao always left a sliver of hope. This saying simply didn't make sense in the abyss. It wasn't that Qin Yu was too pessimistic or that he had no confidence in himself, but that the abyssal demon dragon he faced right now was terrifyingly strong. Abyssal titans hunted demon dragons and ate their flesh and blood to survive. Perhaps when they were equal in strength or slightly weaker, they would have a slight advantage. But if the difference in strength was too great, then the hunting parties would have to switch positions, just like the current situation. 100,000 feet long, this abyssal demon dragon was in its peak condition. And according to the common concept of abyssal creatures, the larger the body, the stronger it was. Its true strength far surpassed that of ordinary abyssal kings. How could they fight? How could they fight for their lives? In Julu City, almost half of the demons in the city fell unconscious after being struck by the 100,000-foot demon dragon's aura. At this time, only a small portion of them remained conscious. These were the strongest demons. Even so, their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. Today, their horizons had truly been broadened. Terrifying creatures appeared one after another. First was an abyssal demon dragon that was torn in half and swallowed by the abyssal titan. Then, in the blink of an eye, a 100,000-foot-long abyssal demon dragon that was clearly at the demon beast king level had instantly suppressed the abyssal titan. What? Both sides hadn't even fought yet, so how could they see that the abyssal titan had been suppressed? Nonsense, was there even a need to say anything? This demon dragon's body was 100,000 feet long, and when it descended, it stirred up waves of demonic energy that sent the abyssal titan flying away. There was nothing to say about this obvious difference in strength. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon froze. With their strength, their fates were only slightly better than the other demons, and their faces weren't so pale. Now, their eyes widened in shock and they subconsciously gulped. Could this be the true test from the abyss that Miss Liaoshe had mentioned? Wasn't this a little too strong? They admitted that Lord Flowing Fire, who possessed the bloodline of the Abyss Titans, could be said to stand at the peak below the Abyss Kings. In fact, they might even be able to escape from the Abyssal Kings. However, the difference in strength between them and this dragon that was clearly at least at the level of an Abyssal Demon Dragon Elder was simply too great. It was so great that they couldn't see any possibility of survival. Faced with such a situation, the two of them could only hide as far as they could. They did not dare to approach at all, let alone help. Just when Old Fox and Shadowless Demon were in a state of panic and fear, the courtyard door opened with a Jia sound and Liaoshe walked out. She swept her gaze around and landed on Elder Fox. She thought for a moment and said, "Show your true form and send me out of the city." At this moment, being shrouded by her gaze, Old Fox instinctively felt great reverence and fear. He couldn't even think of resisting. With a flash of demonic light, a demonic fox that was several zhang in size appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. It bowed respectfully to Liaoshe. Climbing onto the demonic fox's back, Liaoshe took a few deep breaths and patted it. "Let's go." The demonic fox's body moved and it leapt into the air. Demonic energy condensed in the air, wrapping around its body and forming a barrier. Then, its four limbs moved and it quickly rushed out of the city. The demonic dragon's ice-cold eyes locked onto the abyssal titan. Ruthless killing intent surged within his eyes. It had sensed the will of the dragon abyss sword, which was why it had shattered the void of the abyss and directly descended upon Julu City. But it was still a step too late. The demonic dragon could smell the scent of the demonic dragon's blood that had yet to dissipate in the air. There was a trace of impurities in the immaturity. It was clear that this was a little fellow with the demonic dragon's bloodline that had luckily evolved into a dragon's body. As long as it entered the demon-dragon ancestral land and borrowed the power of the dragon abyss, it would be able to wash away the impurities in its body and make its bloodline perfect. These juniors that evolved into demonic dragons through self-transformation often had even more outstanding aptitude. As long as they were given enough time, they could grow into outstanding figures of the demonic dragon race, adding to the strength of their race. But now, this little fellow that had just evolved into a dragon had clearly fallen prey to the evil hands of this abyss titan and been swallowed up. Thinking of this, the demonic dragon's eyes became even colder. Then, the temperature in this part of the abyssal world began to rapidly fall. Kacha, kacha, Chin, you could clearly hear the sound of water freezing. An extremely cold aura flowed through his pores, constantly eroding into his body. Even with the Abyss Titan's formidable defensive abilities, beneath the corrosion of this cold aura, it felt as if its heartbeat would stop and its blood would freeze. Was this the true strength of the demonic dragon race's powerhouses? It was truly incomparably terrifying. Then, he should be torn to shreds by this Abyss Titan. A trace of fear flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. This was a normal reaction that any living being would have when facing death. Perhaps it was because of some formidable will, mission, or belief that some people or other living beings could face death with equanimity. But in the moment of death, they would all feel fear. This was the instinct that all living beings had towards survival. No one was an exception. But soon, the fear in Qin Yu's eyes was covered up by a ruthless madness. Even if he was doomed to die, he absolutely couldn't just wait for death to come. He couldn't wait for death to come. No matter what time it was in his life, it was absolutely impossible. The 100,000-foot demonic dragon was terrifying, but even if he risked his life, he had to tear off a piece of flesh from its body. Even if he couldn't tear off its flesh, breaking off a scale was a good result. In short, he couldn't just die like this without paying a price. Within his chest, the heart of the Abyss fiercely beat. The terrifying strength that belonged to the Abyss Titan wildly vibrated within his body. Kacha, kacha. The icy cold strength that wanted to freeze Qin Yu collapsed inch by inch. The 100,000-foot demonic dragon's eyes flashed with surprise, as if it hadn't thought that Qin Yu would still have the courage to resist. But soon, it sneered. If having the courage to go all out could reverse the situation, then what was the point of having strength? At most, it would just be a bit of a waste of time. The 100,000-foot demonic dragon opened its mouth, revealing fierce fangs. A deep blue light gathered in its throat. Demonic dragon's breath. Strictly speaking, this was one of the strongest methods of the demon dragon race. The reason that the abyssal demon dragon that Qin Yu had killed in his titan form hadn't used its breath was because it had attacked to vent its anger, causing damage that it still hadn't recovered from. Otherwise, if Qin Yu wanted to kill it, he would have needed to expend a bit more effort. If one considered that Qin Yu's Abyss Titan bloodline would have been burned away and he wouldn't have been able to maintain his Titan true form, thinking of this, the abyssal demon dragon that had been eaten had died an unjust death. Moreover, it had brought its own death upon itself. The deep blue light became increasingly bright, like a fire quietly burning beneath ice. It didn't seem hot, but it possessed the strength to destroy all. If the dragon's breath truly descended, then even if Qin Yu was in his Abyss Titan true form, he would still be incinerated into nothingness in an instant. His soul and body would vanish without a trace. But at this time, the 100,000-foot demonic dragon's eyes fiercely shrank, as if it had felt some great threat. It fiercely turned its head, its dragon eyes stubbornly locking onto Julu City. In its line of sight, an extremely weak white fox was flying over, riding on demonic energy. What gave it this feeling of danger was clearly not this white fox that wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. But the dangerous aura was indeed coming from its body. Then, a white and delicate hand reached out and pushed aside the white fox's long fur. She said with dissatisfaction, "Fox, your fur is too long. You really need to cut it." Liao Shi revealed her face and looked up at the 100,000-foot demonic dragon. Her lips curved up in a smile and she waved at it. "Big fellow, this is the first time we've met. Hello." There was no way to describe the mood of the demon dragon race's elder arcane dragon. He didn't feel the least bit of aura from this woman in front of him. She was so weak that she was like an ant that wasn't even worth mentioning. Such a small thing could kill tens of thousands of people with just a glance, let alone a single breath. But for some unknown reason, when Elder Arcane Dragon faced Liao Shi, he felt a deep sense of fear and dread. In fact, he even had a strange feeling, as if an extremely sharp bone-scraping knife was placed between his eyebrows. If he dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect or make any other movements, he would be pierced through, an icy cold feeling seeping into his heart. Just who was this woman? Why did she give him such a terrifying feeling? It had to be known that as an elder of the demon dragon race, Arcane Dragon's strength had nearly reached the peak of the abyss. In his race, there were only a few powerful ancient demon dragons, including the Patriarch and several extremely talented kings of the demon race. He had nothing to fear. Even someone as powerful as him, facing this woman who had no aura at all, he actually felt the threat of death that he hadn't felt in a long time. This was simply a joke. But now, Elder Arcane Dragon couldn't bring himself to laugh at all. He slowly closed his mouth and retracted the dragon breath that was about to erupt. He looked at Liao Shi with a solemn expression and lowered his head in the etiquette of the demon dragon race. Demon dragon race Elder Arcane Dragon greets the miss. Liao Shi nodded. Elder Arcane Dragon is truly a very polite person. I feel relieved. She blinked and pointed a finger at Qin Yu. Can you release this boy first and then we can have a good talk? Don't worry, this is a good thing for you. Elder Arcane Dragon hesitated for a moment. Then, he retracted his strength that imprisoned Qin Yu. He immediately put away his Titan true body and flashed to Liao Shi's side. He gave Qin Yu a look that said, "Don't talk too much." Then, Liao Shi gestured. Elder Arcane Dragon, please follow me back to my dwelling. However, you should change your appearance first. This state isn't too convenient. Chapter 1066. Demonic energy flashed, and the 100,000-foot demon dragon vanished from sight. Elder Alpha transformed into a middle-aged demon around 40 years old. He wore loose black robes and had a graceful bearing. That's also good. I also want to know what the miss wishes to discuss with me. Liao Shi didn't speak further. He patted the white fox beneath him and beckoned to Qin Yu. Let's go. Thus, all of the awake demons in Julu City widened their eyes in horror. They watched helplessly as a terrifying 100,000-foot demon dragon transformed into human form and swaggered in. They didn't know what was happening, but without a doubt, if this terrifying demon dragon was angered, all it needed to do was reveal its true form and roll around a few times, and all of Julu City would be turned to dust. They would naturally be crushed to pieces and die a deader death. Shadowless Demon believed that he had seen many great scenes in his life and experienced many dangers and tribulations. Even so, his mouth was still dry and his throat felt like it was stuffed with straw. He couldn't make a single sound. Although the middle-aged Elder Arcane Dharma had done his best to restrain his aura, he still felt like a towering mountain that was still moving in Lin Ming's perception. At most, he could only be considered an unremarkable ant crawling at the foot of the mountain. Liao Shi jumped off the white fox. He stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Qin Yu pulled him up and patted his head. It's been too noisy outside the city recently, and I haven't had a good rest. I apologize for making Elder Alpha laugh. Please come in. Elder Alpha's lips twitched. With his eyesight, he certainly wouldn't be mistaken. This woman really was weak just now and had nearly fallen over. But it was this sickly-looking woman who couldn't even stand steadily, who gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Moreover, he really didn't dare to do anything. As the two of them met, he could faintly feel that she was in a position where she controlled the initiative. This was really strange. His thoughts raced several times. Elder Alpha smiled and nodded. He followed Liao Shi into the small courtyard and swept his eyes around. Luckily, he didn't sense anything wrong. It seemed that she really was prepared to have a good talk with him. Elder Alpha's eyes flashed for a moment before he composed himself. Qin Yu, wait outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Elder Alpha in private. Qin Yu glanced at her and slowly nodded. All right. With a creak, the courtyard door closed from the inside, isolating all senses from the inside and outside. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. As he looked at the tightly shut courtyard doors, his eyes were cloudy and uncertain. As he had expected, Liao Shi was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Even a dignified elder of the Devil Dragon clan was suppressed in front of her. Just where did this woman come from? Furthermore, now that she had avoided everyone, what was she talking about with Elder Arcane Mage? Qin Yu didn't think it was likely that someone would harm him. But, he didn't like this sort of unknown. Forget it, I can only let Liao Shi take control of the situation now. I'll find a way to ask her about the details in the future. In the small courtyard, the atmosphere was calm and tranquil. Liao Shi walked over to Qin Yu and sat down where he usually sat. He gestured with his hand and said, "Elder Mysterious Law, please." Aofa came over and sat down. He slowly said, "May I know where Miss comes from? My demonic dragon race can be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but I have never met someone as outstanding as Mississippi." Liao Shi yawned. He didn't seem to be in a good mood and his voice was a bit slurred. "There is no need to probe. Moreover, my origins aren't important at all." She waved her hand and forcefully changed the topic. "You appeared in Giant Deer City and even saw me. Don't you feel anything?" Arcane Mage's expression didn't change. "I don't understand what Miss means." Liao Shi curled his lips. "You old fellows who have lived for far too long just like to hide your thoughts. Since I directly pointed it out, I naturally have confidence in myself. Elder Mysterious Law, it would be best if we could be honest and not waste each other's time. What do you think?" Arcane Mage was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he slowly nodded. "Miss is right. When I first saw you, I indeed had a strong feeling that if I could kill you, I would be able to obtain a great harvest." Liao Shi yawned again. "In truth, you can speak more bluntly." Arcane Mage had a solemn expression. Cryptic fluctuations appeared in the depths of his eyes. "I can feel traces of the will of the abyss locking onto you." Snapping his fingers, Liao Shi smiled. "That's right, just like that. I say, as a dignified elder of the demon dragon race and a formidable existence that has obtained the recognition of the abyss, if you can't even sense something like this, then you are far too weak." Rubbing his temples, Liao Shi raised his spirits and continued, "I have a question. Since Elder Mysterious Law sensed the will of the abyss locking onto you, why didn't you attack me? You should know that as long as you kill me, the will of the abyss will give you a great reward." Arcane Mage shook his head. "We abyssal demon dragons, although we are proud of our bloodline and arrogant in our actions, we do not lack intelligence. The will of the abyss has locked onto Miss but hasn't directly attacked you. This in itself is the greatest warning to me, so how could I possibly dare to attack Miss? Hee, talking to a clever dragon is always a waste of energy." Liao Shi snapped his fingers once more. "Thus, you don't dare to lay a finger on me, but you want to lay a finger on me. Furthermore, I can give you a chance to lay a finger on me without even lifting a finger. It may sound complicated, but do you understand what I mean?" Arcane Mage nodded. "I understand what Miss means. Then, what do you need me to do?" "It's very simple. After I disappear, the demon dragon race will no longer be able to hunt down that boy outside. Don't try to play dumb with me. You and I both know who I am talking about." Liao Shi's lips curled up. "Of course, this is only the first condition. After all, my value is extremely high and I cannot be sold cheaply." Arcane Mage's expression was calm. "Of course, this is only a small matter. The Abyssal Titan race has already been destroyed and part of their bloodline has been spread outside. It cannot affect the Demon Dragon race in the slightest." "Very well, then I will state my second condition." Liao Shi thought for a moment and then continued, "Because of a certain reason that I cannot tell you, I promise to guarantee that this boy will live well in the abyss." However, he was truly a restless person. His ability to attract trouble was top-notch. "So, the second condition is to give him a keepsake of you that can summon you at a time of crisis." Arcane Mage frowned. He thought for several breaths of time and slowly said, "I can agree. But, as Miss said, if the trouble this person provokes is too great, so great that it will threaten my safety, then I have the right to refuse. Liao Shi chuckled. No, Elder Arcane Mage, it seems that you still don't understand the current situation. I am only telling you my conditions. In truth, I am not giving you a chance to bargain. Of course, you can also choose to refuse, because I am confident that I will be able to find other partners to cooperate with. These words were impolite and directly swept away his face. But Arcane Mage wasn't angered. His frown deepened, and he thought for several breaths of time. Fine, I agree. Liao Shi stretched out a finger. Don't be afraid. The third condition is also my final condition. I won't make things too difficult for you. Arcane Mage's heart twitched. If it weren't for the fact that he heard those tough words just now, he might have really believed them. Miss, please speak. In the future, perhaps that boy Qin you will rush into some places he shouldn't have because of certain matters. Of course, this is only my guess and it might not happen. But, if such a day really comes, what I want you to do is to turn a blind eye to it. You don't need to help him, but you also can't attack him. Arcane Mage had an awkward expression. If he wants to rush into my demon dragon race's ancestral lands, Liao Shi waved his hand. Don't worry. I can guarantee you that it will have absolutely nothing to do with your demon dragon race's ancestral land. Arcane Mage nodded. No problem. Liao Shi reached out a hand. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Arcane Mage hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out a hand to shake hers. The moment their palms touched, his body stiffened. It was like he had sensed something incomparably terrifying. Letting go of his hand, Liao Shi smiled innocently. I believe that Elder Arcane Mage will keep his word, right? Offa obviously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Of course. Don't worry, Mississippi. I will definitely keep my promise. His voice trembled and there was a flicker in his eyes. It was clear that this elder of the demon dragon race had been frightened. Liao Shi's smile brightened. Very good. Then I won't keep Elder Arcane Mage any longer. Come back in 10 days and I will give you an explanation. Arcane Mage stood up and bid his farewells. He pushed open the door and left the courtyard. His eyes swept around and locked onto Qin Yu not too far away. He stepped forwards and lifted his palm. Demonic light surged in his palm, and a knuckle-sized piece of black jade appeared. Keep this. In the future, no matter when, you can summon me once. After handing the jade to Qin Yu, Arcane Mage didn't stay any longer. He stepped forwards and vanished from sight. In the courtyard, Liao Shi's voice sounded out. Qin Yu, hurry in. Let me examine your current condition. As Qin Yu entered, Liao Shi's eyes shined as if she had seen a treasure. She couldn't help but reach out a hand and carefully stroke Qin Yu's body. Abyssal Titan, a living Abyssal Titan. Although your bloodline isn't pure, you are still a living fossil of the abyss. Come. Hurry up and accompany me. Let's do some interesting experiment. I want to see just what secrets the Abyssal Titan bloodline is hiding. Qin Yu stood where he was without expression, looking at her without a single word. After waiting for a moment, seeing that Qin Yu didn't move, Liao Shi glared at him once, twice, thrice, perhaps sensing Qin Yu's determination, she revealed a helpless expression. In truth, there really isn't much to say. If you really want to know, then wait 10 days. Qin Yu frowned. Why do I have to wait 10 days? Liao Shi, are you hiding something from me? Liao Shi humphed. Even an elder of the abyssal demon dragon race has to put up with grievances in front of me, so how dare you try to bargain with me? I said 10 days, so it's 10 days. If you continue to nag, I might change my mind. All right. 10 days is 10 days. At that time, you must tell me everything. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said. Liao Shi beamed with joy. All right, we'll do as you say. She grabbed Qin Yu and rushed into the room. Quick, take off your clothes and lie down. Chapter 1067. Qin Yu, No matter how he heard it, it didn't feel right. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Old Fox and Shadowless Demon, who were waiting for orders, suddenly stiffened. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. The heavens and earth could prove that they didn't do it on purpose. After hearing those words, they wouldn't be silenced, right? After carefully closing the courtyard door, Old Fox and Shadowless Demon let out a long breath. They ordered their subordinates to leave, and they also moved a distance away. Who knew what would happen in the courtyard next? It was best to stay far away so that they wouldn't get themselves killed. After all, even the elder of the Demon Dragon tribe had been captured by the man and woman in the courtyard. If they wanted to crush them, it would be a piece of cake. Enduring the discomfort in his body, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and cooperated with Liao Shi. He completed her series of strange requests and then hurriedly escaped. It wasn't that Liao Shi's requests were too excessive, or that the process was too painful that it was hard to accept. For example, forget it, there was no need for examples. In short, it was just some things that made him feel uncomfortable. In the next 2 days, Liao Shi began to refine the potions in a crazed state of infatuation. Who knew what she was doing? Qin Yu was happy to relax. Moreover, he could use this time to adapt to the changes in his body. The only bad thing was that Myanya had already woken up. He didn't know what Liao Shi had fed her, but her injuries had healed very well. At the very least, her daily movements weren't affected. Her resentful eyes had been glued to Qin Yu the moment she saw him, and she couldn't take them off. 1000 Illusion Demon Mirror. Their 9-tailed demon fox tribe. A treasure that had been passed down for countless years. Something that represented the hope of the entire tribe. Just like that, he had taken it. He didn't steal it, nor did he suppress it. He had truly obtained the approval of the 1000 Illusion Demon Mirror. In other words, unless Qin Yu was willing to return the 1000 Illusion Demon Mirror to the 9-tailed demon fox tribe, they would lose this treasure forever. Thinking of this, the resentment in Myanya's eyes became even stronger. Because, even if she thought with her knees, she knew that the fat that had been eaten by someone else could never be taken out. In fact, Myanya wasn't wrong. Because of the power of the 1000 Illusion Demon Mirror, Qin Yu was able to solidify the power of the Titan True Body. Putting aside everything else, just this point alone was enough for him to thicken his face and pretend that he didn't notice her gaze at all. As Qin Yu was enduring Mianya's complaints and carefully exploring the strength of the 1000 Illusion Demon Mirror, Old Fox's visit broke the peace. He had no choice but to come. After all, Liao Shi had extracted the bloodline of the black heavenly energy in his body, and it was already on the verge of collapse. Sir Qin Yu, He Tiangang is on the verge of death. If it's possible, I hope that you or Miss Liao Shi can save him. I can guarantee you that if He Tiangang doesn't die, he will definitely become a very strong force by your side. Qin Yu lifted a hand and slapped between his eyebrows. It was a bit embarrassing, but after he returned to Giant Deer City, he had completely forgotten about this matter. Knocking on the door of Liao Shi's room, Zhang Xian saw that her face was pale from lack of rest, her eyes slightly reddened, and her slightly dazed expression. Just like him, he knew that this woman had also forgotten about He Tiangang. With a light cough, Qin Yu pulled her over and quietly explained the situation to her. Liao Shi lifted a hand and slapped between her eyebrows. I forgot, but it doesn't matter. Send him over. I guarantee that he won't die. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Qin Yu. No matter how he looked at it, he felt as if she had ill intentions. Qin Yu took a step back. Hey, what do you want to do? Liao Shi brightly smiled. He Tiangang's bloodline was extracted in order to help you, so saving him is your responsibility. You cannot avoid it. Come, follow me into the room. When we're done with this, we'll also, once this matter is settled, it is time for us to leave Giant Deer City and take a good look at this endless abyss. On the 4th day after Abyssal Demon Dragon Elder Offa left Giant Deer City, An ordinary black carriage quietly drove out of the city gate. The coachman was a stern middle-aged man. He had a cold expression and his eyes stared straight ahead. Occasionally they would sweep around, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Behind the carriage was an old man of the demon fox race riding a wildebeest. He wore ordinary blue robes and carried a cloth bag on his back. He seemed like an accountant. Giant Deer City, and the tens of millions of demons that had survived the calamity didn't know that the person who had helped them survive had quietly left. Of course, it was more accurate to say that the reason they had encountered this terrifying beast tide was because of them. Thus, Qin Yu never thought of obtaining the gratitude of Giant Deer City or obtaining anything from them. Since Liao Shi wanted to leave and see the abyss, then he would leave. The carriage seemed ordinary, but the interior was spacious and comfortable. The floor was covered with thick soft fur from some kind of demon beast. In front of a comfortable and wide couch was a table carved from abyssal black jade. The table itself was connected to the carriage so that it wouldn't shake as it moved or bump. On the surface of the table, there was an oil lamp quietly burning. The oil was a pure and transparent color, and as it burned, it emitted a refreshing fragrance. Mian Ye wore the dress of a demon maid. She was kneeling on the fur, looking at the two people playing chess on both sides of the table. Her lips twitched. This level, it was really bad. No, my move is wrong. Let me take a step back. Liao Shi grabbed a chess piece, his face flushing red. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. If you continue like this, there really isn't any way to play. Liao Shi curled his lips, a look of disdain on his face. Are you a man or not? I just want to take a step back. Can't you agree to something as simple as that? Qin Yu's face darkened. Take a step back? Haha, you've already taken 13 steps in this game, and you still want to tell me if you're a man or not. Moreover, this has nothing to do with being a man or not. You were the one who went too far. Mian Ye nodded. She looked at Qin Yu with some sympathy. Playing chess with such an opponent was truly torturous. But she never thought that even though her movements were careful enough, they would still be noticed by Liao Shi. Her eyes widened and she viciously said, "What do you mean by nodding? You smelly girl, don't forget your current status. Otherwise, I'll make you warm Qin Yu's bed tonight." Mian Ye's face flushed red. She lowered her head and then looked up at Qin Yu with watery eyes. "This nine-tailed demon foxwoman, what are you looking at me for? I didn't say anything, and that look in your eyes, there seems to be something wrong." Qin Yu's complexion darkened even further. He pointed a finger at the window. The window was forged from special demon crystals. Although it looked pitch black from the outside, one could clearly see the scenery outside from within. "This lake isn't bad." Liao Shi threw down the chess piece and sat up. "Where is it? Let me take a look." She nearly fell onto Qin Yu's face. She had to draw back a great distance to avoid the Twin Peaks empowerment. Qin Yu coughed. "If you want to take a look, then take a good look. Don't be so excited." Liao Shi rolled his eyes at him and muttered something to himself. Then, he stood up and excitedly laughed. "All right, I announce that we will set up camp here today. Let's face the lake and have a barbecue. That taste will be wonderful." "Stop, stop." She slapped the carriage and shouted. The carriage stopped and the door opened from the outside. Liao Shi jumped out and shouted, Qin Yu, hurry up and get out. The scenery here is too good." Qin Yu pretended not to see Mian Ye's increasingly sad eyes. He nodded and got off the carriage. He casually looked around. The lake wasn't too large, and there were some trees and vegetation. The scenery was average, and could barely be considered beautiful. How could Liao Shi be so surprised? However, the purpose of this trip was to accompany her to relieve her boredom. Since she wanted to rest here, so be it. The carriage stopped by the lake. The driver quickly set up the tent, pulled out the reclining chairs, placed down the round table, and covered the ground with a soft blanket. After respectfully bowing, he turned and walked towards the lake. Liao Shi had already said that they would have a barbecue, so they naturally needed the freshest ingredients. Splash, the driver jumped into the lake. If others were to see what the master of giant deer city's merry forest, the one who controlled millions of fugitives, He Tiangang, was doing right now, their eyes would likely pop out of their sockets. But in comparison, all of this didn't seem like much at all. This was because Old Fox, who was in charge of a branch of Thousand Eye Hall, was laughing as he pulled out the barbecue rack and prepared the various ingredients he needed. Although it had been many years since he had personally made food, since Miss Liao Shi had a request, he had to do his best. Haha, it had to be known that when he was young, Old Fox was quite skilled in cooking. He had relied on this to capture the hearts of many young and ignorant demonesses. Of course, he had also obtained many other things, but this was a very serious story, so he could only ignore it. In the shadow of the carriage, there seemed to be something gently wriggling about. Then, it quickly slithered away. Since he was stationed here, he naturally had to tidy up the surrounding environment in advance, lest he ruin Miss Liao Shi's mood. Shadowless Demon turned his head and looked at the young man and woman standing by the lake. Without a doubt, he had chosen to follow Qin Yu wholeheartedly. But in his heart, Miss Liao Shi's position was no less than Qin Yu's. Perhaps a little higher? That was because this was a woman filled with legend. She was so powerful that even the demonic dragon race's elder had to maintain respect in front of her. That's right, respect. Shadowless Demon's superb ability to discern people's thoughts and expressions allowed him to find this emotion in the subtle expressions that elder arcane magic revealed. Putting aside everything else, just this point alone was enough for him to curry favor with her. Soon, He Tiangang walked out from the lake, his hands dragging a dragonfish and a red-backed prawn. Although they had already been killed, the corpses of the two demon beasts were still emitting powerful fluctuations of demonic energy. It was clear they were extremely strong. But even so, facing the attack of a demon commander, they were unable to resist at all. They were cleanly sliced apart without the slightest ripple on the surface of the lake. Shadowless Demon quietly returned to the shadow of the carriage. Only, there were several demon beasts that had just died on the ground. These demon beasts were all excellent barbecue materials. Old Fox began to get busy. He ran far away and cut open their bellies, skinned them, cleaned them, and skewered them. As the charcoal fire burned, the air began to fill with an extremely tempting fragrance. Liao Shi picked up a skewer of roasted prawn meat and took a bite. His eyes widened and he nodded repeatedly at Old Fox. Delicious, delicious. Old Fox, your cooking skills are quite good. It would be a pity if you didn't open a barbecue stall. Mianya quietly rolled her eyes. Only the young miss would have a clear conscience and allow a demon commander-level powerhouse to do something like this. Open a barbecue stall? Let alone impossible, even if you did open one, who would dare to spend money there? Hiss, he took a bite. The barbecue was a bit hot, but the taste was truly wonderful. Moreover, there was a rich demonic energy contained within the meat. I'll eat, I'll desperately eat. This could also be counted as a form of cultivation. Only those who had 3 demon marshals as their servants could easily eat this kind of high-quality food. Of course, they couldn't miss this opportunity. Chapter 1068. Old Fox beamed with joy at the praise. He said, "As long as Miss Liao Shi likes it, that's fine. When I was young, I practiced cooking for a period of time. If you want to eat anything, feel free to ask." He Tiangang narrowed his eyes. His expression was still cold and indifferent, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who would have thought that the skills that this fellow had painstakingly practiced in order to attract the attention of all the demonesses in the past would actually be put to use today? This Old Fox, he could be considered making the best use of him. Although there were no stars, sun, or moon in the abyss, there were still yin and yang, dawn and dusk. As the bottom of the upper layer of the abyss darkened, night arrived. In the dim lake, there was an unknown plant on the lakeside that actually bloomed. In the twilight, it emitted a faint halo of light, blue and translucent. It was like a small whirlwind that had been dyed in color. It was unexpectedly beautiful. Liao Shi ate and drank his fill. He patted his slightly bulging belly and then lay down on the soft blanket on the ground. His eyes widened as he looked at the flowers in front of him, an incomparably surprised expression on his face. Qin Yu walked over. I just asked. This is a very common abyssal plant called jiu. It blooms at night and closes during the day. Do you have to be so ignorant? Is there a need to do this? Liao Shi humphed twice. He snappily said, Great official Qin, you are far more experienced and knowledgeable. Have you been to the abyss before? Qin Yu's face darkened. He discovered that Liao Shi's ability to piss people off was increasing recently. He coldly sneered and flicked his sleeves before walking away. He drew back some distance and sat down on a recliner. His eyes fell on Liao Shi, who was still lying on the ground and watching with rapt attention. A trace of softness appeared in his eyes. He could feel that Liao Shi was truly happy from the bottom of her heart. Although he didn't know what it was fine as long as she was happy. 10 days after today, half of it would be over. He didn't know whether or not Liao Shi would keep her promise and tell him everything. As Qin Yu was thinking, there was some movement in the distance. Soon, a group of demons appeared in his line of sight. Stop! Someone ordered and the group came to a halt. I think this place is relatively quiet. It isn't safe to travel at night, so let's set up camp here. The indifferent voice of the young man sounded out naturally. There was an unquestionable aura of someone in a superior position. It was clear that his status was not ordinary. In the group, the commander of the demon guards in charge of safety swept his eyes over the lakeside. It was obvious that there was a carriage parked there. He frowned and said, Young master, there are already people here. If there are too many people, we might as well camp for a while longer. If there are people, then let them leave. Do I need to give instructions for such a small matter? The young voice rang out again. The guard leader's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. Yes, I understand. He turned around and was about to order his subordinates to disperse the people by the lake when he suddenly stopped and looked at the figure walking towards them. He Tiangong's face was expressionless as he walked in front of them. My master is resting here and does not wish to be disturbed. Please leave immediately. You're courting. Before one of the guards could finish his words, he was sent flying with a heavy kick. The guard captain's face paled, and he forced a smile and said, My apologies, our subordinates are ignorant of the rules and offended you. We'll leave right now. He Tiangang nodded. Thank you. He turned and left. After finding the unconscious demon guard, the caravan quickly left. It wasn't until they were some distance away that the young man's voice echoed out from the carriage. Although it was calm, one could clearly feel the raging anger that was suppressed beneath this calmness. Commander Blackarmor, I think you owe me an explanation. The guard captain turned his head to look at the nearly invisible lake. Only then did he truly relax. But, he still subconsciously lowered his voice and said, Young master, the person we just spoke with is incomparably strong. He is at least a peak demon general. To be able to casually order around someone like that as a servant, he absolutely has a great background. It is best if we don't come into conflict with him. The young man was silent for a moment. Then, his tone became light. We won't stop tonight. Let's continue on our way. Yes. Seeing that the guard captain didn't pursue the matter further, Blackarmor was happy. Although it was possible that they would encounter some demon beasts at night, compared to the conflict with those people behind them, it wasn't a problem at all. The small disturbance dissipated before it had even fully formed. Qin Yu and Liao Shi didn't even know what had happened. The next day, they enjoyed another refreshing breakfast by the lake. Liao Shi pulled Qin Yu back to the carriage, shouting that yesterday's battle hadn't been decided yet, so today they had to kill each other. Qin Yu lifted a hand to his forehead, feeling as if he wanted to die. The chess game of the abyssal demon race could be considered interesting, but when the opponent was an unreasonable woman, it became nothing more than a torture. He braced himself and played 3 rounds with Liao Shi. In the end, he lost 2 and won 1. After wasting a great deal of time and effort, he was finally able to rid himself of her pestering him to play another round. Then, he tossed this task to the pale-faced Mianya. After drinking several cups of herbal tea in a single breath, he felt the clogged feeling in his chest dissipate. He found a comfortable place to lie down and unknowingly fell asleep. Even with Qin Yu's cultivation, he still felt tired. It could be imagined just how exhausting it was to play chess with Liao Shi. By the time he was woken up, the sky had already darkened. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and saw the pale Mianya in front of him, her eyes filled with grief. He thought that this was truly tragic. But in this sort of situation, he could only apologize and forget about it. Liao Shi had already walked out of the carriage. He pointed not too far away, towards a small demon city with flickering lights. He laughed and said, "We'll be staying here tonight." As she turned and saw Qin Yu, she immediately revealed a look of disdain. "Eh? You slept for an entire day? Qin Yu, are you a pig?" Towards her provocation, Qin Yu only chuckled in response. It was important to know one's own limits. With her chess skills, calling her a pig would be an insult to such an honest creature. Qin Yu. Liao Shi seemed to see through his thoughts. He shouted out loud and threw himself at him. "If you dare to speak of this, you're dead." Mianya had a relieved expression. She thought that he had finally endured everything she had suffered, but Miss Liao Shi's chess skills were really bad. After arguing for some time, the carriage quietly entered the small city and chose the largest inn to stay in. When the carriage stopped, He Tiangang swept his eyes over several carriages not too far away. He furrowed his eyebrows for a moment before composing himself. The demon that opened the inn was an old man from the fox race. Indeed, this race was naturally quick-witted and was good at using money to do business. The demon fox race was said to be in control of nearly a third of the various industries in the entire dark abyss. Of course, the demon fox race itself wasn't considered strong. This so-called one-third of the industries were mostly managed by the demon fox race. Even so, this was enough to show just how high the demon fox race's level of management was. The 2 old foxes chatted happily. Old Fox introduced himself as the accountant that followed the boss on this trip. The old fox opposite him immediately arched an eyebrow, a proud and reserved expression on his face as he said, "When it comes to managing finances and accounts, there is no one in the entire dark abyss that can compare with our demon fox race." Old Fox nodded in agreement to this. If it weren't for the fact that there was still a group of people waiting, then looking at the 2 old foxes chatting happily, they would likely be holding hands and going to the back residence to eat chicken and drink wine. Thanks to Old Fox, the inn owner said that although an honored guest had arrived just now and occupied several of the best rooms in the inn, there were still some rooms that they didn't normally open to the public and were only used to entertain friends and family. Thus, he took them out to entertain them. Old Fox repeatedly expressed his thanks. Then, the inn owner called over a servant and led them to choose a room. The location was indeed good. Moreover, there was a small river behind the inn. As soon as one opened the window, they could see the lights on the riverside and the branches of the demon willow fluttering on both sides. Liao Shi was very satisfied. Then, he unceremoniously chose the best room. There were 2 suites inside and outside and the area wasn't small. Then, he turned around and pointed at Qin Yu who was preparing to choose a room. He arched an eyebrow and said, "You and I will be in the same room. You are not allowed to argue. You've already slept for an entire day, so tonight is the time for you to show your strength. This time, I'm going to kill you until you're utterly defeated." One could clearly see the cunning smile on the inn owner's face stiffen. He looked at Liao Shi and then at Qin Yu, wondering if the youths of the demon race were so open-minded these days. Moreover, this young girl was so beautiful, and yet she didn't understand the slightest bit of restraint. In front of everyone's eyes, she had actually challenged a man. This was truly a loss of face. Before this, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Liao Shi and Qin Yu had disguised themselves a little. They appeared to be ordinary high-level demons. The appearance of a member of the royal family was far too eye-catching. Old Fox's lips twitched. He certainly knew that his fellow demon had misunderstood, but he didn't dare to say anything rude. Otherwise, this inn might have to change owners after today. He lightly coughed and wrapped an arm around Old Fox's shoulder. "Come, bring us to our rooms. The young master and miss must be tired today, so you should rest early." As he spoke, he glanced at Myanmar. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and invite the young master and miss into their rooms." The inn owner's lips twitched. Even as he followed them, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at that incomparably beautiful young maid. It was actually a scene of a dragon and two phoenixes. Gulp, behind him, some unknown servant couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The inn owner thought that these servants were truly useless. But as he thought about it, if it were him today, stop, hurry up and stop. His head felt dizzy and he felt as if blood would spurt out of his nose. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He walked into the room and shouted out, "Liao Shi, when you speak, can't you pay attention to your words?" Myanmar's face blushed red. She carefully stood to the side, her heart racing. If this was really the case, then it wouldn't be too bad. Of course, it was true that she wanted to climb into Qin Yu's bed. Whether it was because of his strength or the existence of the 1,000 illusionary demon mirror, this was the best choice. But to say that Myanmar had any sincerity towards Qin Yu would be a joke. But in the dark abyss, powerhouses controlled everything. To have a chance to rely on a powerhouse was already the greatest fortune in itself. What sincerity? That was simply the ravings of an idiot. Liao Shi humphed. If your heart is pure, then everything is pure. If your thoughts aren't pure, then you can only look for reasons within yourself. As she spoke, she glared at Qin Yu. "And you little hussy, just what is going on in your head? Although I don't oppose you relying on your own abilities to climb into Qin Yu's bed, you should at least restrain yourself when you're in front of me." Myanmar said that she would make the bed for them, and then left with a red face. But before she left, she glared at Qin Yu, her eyes like two small hooks that wanted to pull out his soul. Liao Shi jokingly called her a coquettish fox. He pointed at Qin Yu and said, "You better be careful. Don't be so mesmerized by her that you forget who you are." Qin Yu replied that he didn't need to worry about her. He wanted to run away, but Liao Shi firmly grabbed onto him. If he didn't play 8 or 10 games with him, he wouldn't let him go. After that, Qin Yu didn't sleep for the entire night. When he finally got rid of Liao Shi at dawn, he felt as if there were countless chess pieces circling in front of him, constantly colliding with each other and madly drilling into his brain. This was despair. As for Liao Shi, even though he hadn't slept all night, he was still in high spirits. He pulled Qin Yu out and said that he would personally make breakfast to thank him for his hard work last night. In the end, when the two of them left for the inn's kitchen, they were met by a passing shopkeeper. As the shopkeeper looked at the stark contrast between the two of them, he subconsciously grinned. He thought that even if a young man was full of energy, he still wouldn't be able to withstand a 1 versus 2 battle. TSK, in the dark abyss, there were only old bulls that died of exhaustion. There were no fields that were ruined. No, I have to go talk to my wife. It's so early in the morning and she's too hot. Chapter 1069. Reality proved that no one was omnipotent. Even though Liao Shi had an unfathomably mysterious background and was a peerless demon refiner, his cooking skills were lacking. Qin Yu didn't know just how much determination it took for him to endure the torture and stuff that could be called food into his stomach. After finishing this hellish breakfast, He vowed in his heart that he would never allow Liao Shi to take a single step into the kitchen again. As for how to persuade her to give up on her goal of becoming a top chef, a woman had to live a refined life. Yes, that was it. Mianya had a sympathetic expression. She suddenly realized that the reason Qin Yu was still alive and kicking was because of the powerful abyssal titan bloodline in his body. If it were an ordinary demon, they would have been tortured to death in minutes. The small city wasn't large, and there weren't many fun places to go. After Liao Shi asked a few questions, her eyes brightened. This was because she had heard some exciting news. Several thousand miles away from the small city, Five Elements City would be holding a massive auction. It was said that countless treasures would be sold, and there would also be many rare and precious treasures from the abyss on display. Thus, after a second of consideration, Liao Shi waved her hand and made a decision. Their next destination was Five Elements City. With a goal in mind, they couldn't wait any longer. Liao Shi didn't want to delay at all. She hurried everyone along. Panting, the shopkeeper Old Fox, whose face was still slightly flushed, hurriedly rushed over and pulled Elder Hu's hand reluctantly. He only said that he had a good chat with him and really did not want to leave so soon. Old Hu smiled. He said that since he was working for others, he naturally didn't have much freedom. If fate willed it, they would meet again in the future. The shopkeeper Old Fox sighed. He said that our fox race is unparalleled in intelligence, but unfortunately, our bloodline talent is too ordinary. If we could give birth to a demon king, the status of the entire fox race would rise. Why would we need to live under someone else's roof? Old Hu bitterly smiled. Although my master is good, I can't say such words again. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to do things in the future. The shopkeeper Old Fox nodded repeatedly. He said that he had been negligent and that he was truly sorry. Old Hu shook his head. His master was a generous person and wouldn't blame him for some unintentional words. But the truth was that Old Hu approved of the shopkeeper Old Fox's words. The fox race's devil race bloodline could only be considered ordinary. It was only because of their superior intelligence that they managed to maintain their current status as a middle-class abyss race. However, if a fox clan king were to be born, he would naturally be able to lead the entire demon fox clan to an unprecedented peak. And now, he was working hard for this goal. As long as His Excellency Qin Yu could break through the layers upon layers of trials and obtain the approval of the Abyss Will, he would surely become the only supreme ruler of the endless abyss. At that time, he would naturally be able to obtain everything he wanted. While Old Fox and the owner of the inn, Old Fox, seized the time to bid farewell, the other group of guests had already left. There were 3 dragon horses in charge of pulling the gigantic carriages. Although the dragon race's bloodline was thin since they had no horns on their heads, they were still dragon horses. They were top-quality demonic beasts, and they could easily travel 10,000 kilometers in a day. With 3 dragon horses pulling the carriage, he could naturally be considered an honored guest. Furthermore, there was a group of guards that were clearly not to be trifled with. Anyone with a brain would know that the person sitting in the carriage was definitely a truly important person. Black Armor casually tossed out some demon crystals. The several servants that were busily sending them off immediately revealed looks of ecstasy and bowed again and again. Although there weren't any hidden dangers in this errand, the person in the carriage had a different status. If something were to happen, they would all suffer a calamity. Not daring to be careless, Black Armor swept his sharp eyes around. But at this time, he froze. Not too far away, there was a lonely carriage and an ordinary wildebeest. They were calmly waiting by the roadside for their masters to arrive. The day before yesterday, although it had been late at night and he hadn't been able to see too clearly, when Black Armor's eyes fell on this carriage, his heart shrank. His intuition told him that the masters of this carriage were those people he had met by the lake that day. His first thought was that they had caught up. But soon, he suppressed this thought. If they really wanted to make things difficult for him, they could have done so that day. There would have been no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, they had clearly stayed in this inn. Since there was no movement from them, it meant that the matter from that day had already been resolved. Black Armor let out a long breath, his heart relaxing. In his opinion, this was the best possible result. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. As expected of someone with a profound background, even this breadth of mind was not something that ordinary people could compare to. After all, the young master in the carriage that day had not concealed his words. With the strength that one of the other party had displayed, they must have already noticed. With this conjecture in mind, Zhang Xian looked at the seemingly ordinary armored carriage once more, and he noticed something strange about it. For example, its size was obvious. It was much larger than ordinary armored carriages, so the interior must be very comfortable. There were also windows that couldn't be seen from the outside. There were also some complex and beautiful patterns on the surface of the crystal. Black Armor had seen this kind of window material before. It seemed to be a very precious and special kind of demon crystal that was quite expensive. There were also the ruts of the carriage and the marks on the ground. This showed that the weight of the entire carriage was quite astonishing. It was likely that beneath this ordinary exterior, the interior had already been reinforced and arranged countless times. The carriage was so heavy, yet it could be easily pulled by just two ordinary wildebeests. Either the carriage itself used a demon array, or these two wildebeests were absolutely not ordinary. Thinking about it, the latter was more likely. Their team's dragon horse was here, and its aura would suppress horse-type demon beasts. But now, these two wildebeests, no, 3 wildebeests including the one at the back, didn't seem the slightest bit out of the ordinary. They clearly had a powerful background and powerful guards, but they were acting so low-key. There must be something going on here. Black Armor took a deep breath and looked away, suppressing the tumbling thoughts in his heart. It was best not to care about other people's affairs. Although these people hadn't shown any hostility towards them, after what happened at the lakeside, their relationship couldn't be considered harmonious. However, after the incident at the lakeside, their relationship couldn't be considered harmonious no matter what. It was better to leave as soon as possible and not meet him again. "Are you ready?" Black Armor shouted. After confirming, he came to the carriage and respectfully said, "Young master, we can go. Do you see the carriage over there?" The young man's voice sounded. Black Armor's complexion changed. He braced himself and said, "Yes. You and I thought the same. It really is them." The young man's voice lowered. Then, there was a knock on the carriage. "Let's hurry." Black Armor let out a deep breath and immediately ordered the team to move. He thought that although the city lord's little brother was a bit arrogant, he wasn't completely brainless. When the team left the small city, they began to speed up. According to their plan, they had to arrive at 5 Elements City tonight. After another moment, the armored carriage carrying Liao Shi, Qin Yu, and Mianya left the city gates. Black Tiangang was still driving the carriage. Old Fox was riding on a wildebeest, holding 2 pheasants that the old fox shop owner had given him before he left. These pheasants had absorbed abyssal demon energy and had crimson-black fur. They tasted the best and were one of the favorite foods of the fox race. Thinking of Miss Liao Shi's love for good food, Old Fox was already thinking of using these 2 pheasants to make a feast. Hurry up, hurry up. We need to go to 5 Elements City and participate in the auction. Haha, I want to buy. I want to smash their heads with demon crystals." Liao Shi pushed open the window and drilled half of his body out. He waved his hands and shouted. Black Tiangang, who was driving the carriage, revealed a faint smile on his cold face. He flicked the whip in his hand and said, "Miss, please sit down. We will leave immediately." Black Tiangang, hurry up. I want to eat dinner in 5 Elements City. Liao Shi returned to the carriage and sat down. Mianya closed the window. The two wildebeests pulling the carriage neighed at the same time as their hooves suddenly sped up. Large amounts of abyss devil energy gathered under their hooves and formed the shape of dragons. Low roars that sounded like dragon roars could be heard as they lifted the carriage and the horsemen into the air. Whoosh! The black carriage suddenly accelerated. Like a shadow, it howled into the distance. Old Fox patted the wildebeest beneath him. "You should hurry up too. Don't be left too far behind." The wildebeest cried out in response. Its hooves moved as it chased after the carriage. Thanks to Anya, Liao Shi had gained a new hobby, reading. It wasn't some ancient book that involved the history of the abyss or biographies of famous characters. His eyes casually swept over the cover. There were all sorts of gaudy illustrations and incomparably exaggerated excerpts. For example, "Ah, my love, I will follow you to the end of the abyss," or "Why are you treating me like this? My love for you can fill the entire abyss. Of course, I will accompany you to see the rain fall from the abyss. I will accompany you through the joys and sorrows of life, and we will laugh and cry together were even more common." Qin Yu curled his lips. He thought that Liao Shi actually liked to read these sorts of things and was so fascinated by them. Haha, she was just too childish. But whether or not she was childish wasn't important at all. As long as Liao Shi was honest and didn't force him to play chess, everything was fine. Qin Yu comfortably closed his eyes and switched to a more comfortable position. He thought that starting like this, a trip that could stop and go as he pleased, was also a wonderful thing. He enjoyed this, but he absolutely wouldn't indulge in it. This was because Qin Yu knew that the reason they were able to obtain such a peaceful time was because Liao Shi had done something. This woman had gone crazy playing these past 2 days. It was hard to see just what she was hiding in her heart. There was no need to think about it. Today was already the 7th day. Once the appointed day arrived, he would naturally know the secret that Liao Shi was hiding. As for whether or not she would act shamelessly, Qin Yu guaranteed that if she really dared to do so, he would absolutely not let her off. The standard of the stories in the abyss was clearly quite good. On the way to 5 Elements City, Liao Shi didn't even lift her head. She would occasionally rub her red and sore eyes before quickly burying her head back down, as if she were too busy reading to care about anything else. It was only when the black iron carriage began to slow down and He Tiangong's voice sounded out that she reluctantly put down the book in her hands. Qin Yu glanced at the cover. What he saw was a man dressed in extremely revealing clothes. His skin was fair and delicate, and the areas that were exposed were also white and tender. His eyebrows and lips were curved, filled with a feminine aura. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. Just what was wrong with women these days? Why did they prefer this type? Sissy, mother canon, female canon, forget it, all sorts of canons had roughly the same meaning. Qin Yu didn't know which phrase could perfectly describe it. In short, it was the type that, when he looked at it, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps rise all over his body, and he wanted to send it flying with a punch. Chapter 1070. Sir, Miss, we've arrived at 5 Elements City. Liao Shi stretched his waist and rubbed his sore neck as he muttered softly, "We're almost there." The corners of Qin Yu's lips twitched. This woman, she had probably gone mad from watching him. Hey, what's with that expression? So what if I like reading? Do you have a problem with that? Liao Shi glanced at him, his face fierce. As long as you're happy. After a day of peace and quiet, it was all thanks to Liao Shi's new hobby. It was best not to look for trouble. Seeing Qin Yu give in, Liao Shi proudly raised his head. Unfortunately, his movements were a bit too big and his stiff neck muscles pulled. With a cry, he fell over. Qin Yu hurriedly caught her. He immediately felt an extraordinary and shocking sensation. His body stiffened and he quickly helped her up. "Woman, can't you be a little more careful? Isn't it all because of you? Otherwise, would I have fallen over?" Liao Shi clenched his teeth. He stepped on his foot and patted the carriage. "Open the door." It's suffocating in the carriage. I want to take a walk. The carriage stopped and Liao Shi angrily pushed open the door. In the carriage behind, Qin Yu let out a light breath. Luckily, this woman's curves were thick enough. Otherwise, the accident just now would have been very embarrassing. It feels good, right? Mian Ye suddenly said, winking at Qin Yu. This woman was too bold. She actually dared to tease him. Could it be that he had forgotten the suffering he had suffered at the hands of Jilu City? Qin Yu humphed and got up to leave. Behind him, Mian Ye's voice continued. Actually, it feels better for me. Qin Yu almost missed his step. His body swayed and he walked out of the carriage with a dark expression. For the 1,000 illusionary demon mirror, this woman was willing to disregard everything. It seemed that he had to think of a way to make her suffer as soon as possible and solve the problem once and for all. She was trying to seduce him. Oh, but would it really feel better than Liao Shi's? It seemed that there was a reason. Mian Ye was clearly bigger. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed all these random thoughts. After activating his abyssal titan bloodline, his energy seemed to have become more and more vigorous. He had to be more vigilant. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, it was possible that his flaws would be grasped by others and he would end up in an extremely tragic state. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's heart chilled. The dark thoughts in his mind rapidly vanished like bubbles. 5 Elements City was very large, even larger than Jilu City. Looking up, one could see that the city walls reached into the sky, as if there was no end to it. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the surface of the city walls was marked with countless marks of damage. Each mark represented a terrifying war. Perhaps it was an internal struggle of the demon race, or perhaps it was a threat from the demonic beasts, but no matter what the reason was, a large number of demon race members were destined to die. It could be said that every mark on the city wall had been soaked in blood, imprisoning the souls of the dead demons that had yet to completely disperse. A powerful baleful aura spread out from within the city walls. This in itself was an extremely powerful deterrent. It reminded outsiders not to have any ideas about this giant city. It was a giant beast that could devour everything. Woo-woo, strong winds blew past. One could almost hear the unwilling roars of the dead demon race members. In the eyes of the demon race, Liao Shi possessed a formidable charm. To them, Qin Yu's ordinary appearance was enough to topple cities with a single smile. Thus, not long after she stepped out of the carriage, she had already attracted the attention of countless demon race members. Most of them had burning hot gazes. If it weren't for He Tiangang standing to the side, expressionless as if he weren't someone to be provoked, there might have already been demon race members walking forwards. Qin Yu's lips twitched. If things continued like this, no one could be sure that there wouldn't be any problems. After all, although the demon race of the abyss possessed intelligence no less than that of flesh and blood beings, because of the abyssal demonic energy, they were often impulsive and easily angered. Although there was no need to fear them, it was best to avoid meaningless trouble if possible. The abyss had temporarily retreated from locking onto them, but Qin Yu had no idea when it would descend upon them again. As long as he was careful and didn't arouse its attention, there was nothing wrong with that. Walking to Liao Shi's side, Qin Yu lightly coughed. "Didn't you say that you were going to participate in the auction? It's getting late. If we are late, I fear there won't be any seats left." Liao Shi's eyes brightened. "That's right. Let's hurry into the city." Old Fox stepped forwards to negotiate. It was unknown what he said, but the group of demon race guards at the city gates were all extremely respectful as they escorted them into 5 Elements City. "Who is this young lady? She is as beautiful as a fairy. In my opinion, not even a celestial immortal can compare to her. What a pity, this young lady is clearly someone with a great background. She isn't someone you or I can touch. After today, how can any other demon race woman be pleasing to the eye?" The corners of Black Armor's mouth twitched as he listened to the whispers around him. He had never thought that he would actually meet the other party again in Five Elements City. Including the time at the lake, this was the third time. It could be considered fate, but what a pity this fate wasn't what he wanted at all. Black armor. The young master's voice sounded out from within the carriage. Black armor bowed. Please speak. This is the third time we've met this young lady, right? With such fate, how could we sit idly by and do nothing? The young master's voice was still calm, but there was an imperceptible heat in his words. Black armor's face stiffened. Young master, there is no need to speak further. I have already made up my mind. Go and find out where they are staying and where they are going. The young master's voice was cold. Black armor sighed inwardly and respectfully nodded. After entering Five Elements City, it wasn't difficult at all to find out all the information about the auction. But the bad news was that the auction had already been set 3 months ago and all sorts of admission tickets had been sold. Thus, Qin Yu's words had become reality. The admission tickets had already been sold out. This left Liao Shi dissatisfied. He glared at Qin Yu and said that he had jinxed him. Then, he threatened that if he couldn't enter the auction house, he would teach him a lesson. Old Fox smiled and calmed Liao Shi down. He said that the young lady could rest assured and leave everything to this lowly one. He left for a while, and then really came back with 6 tickets, and they were all seats in the infield near the front. As for the price, it was nothing more than a sum of demon crystals. Old Fox took the initiative to leave and give up the position of steward of Thousand Eye Temple as compensation. In return, he received a sum of demon crystals. No one knew the exact amount, but with Old Fox's personality that didn't want to lose out, the person who would take over the position of steward of Giant Deer City must have paid a great deal of blood. These were just mere admission tickets. Even though they had been inflated to a sky-high price, in Old Fox's eyes they were nothing more than a drizzle, not worth mentioning at all. Liao Shi happily patted Old Fox's shoulder. He said that allowing Old Fox to follow him was the right decision. These words made Old Fox feel as if he were floating in the air. There was nothing he could do about it. He had experienced many trials and tribulations and had tempered his calm temperament. But this great ant in front of him was someone that even a dignified demon-dragon race elder had to obediently respect. As for how strong she was, besides Qin Yu, no one knew. But even if one used their fist to think, they would know that she was absolutely a peak character, someone who could easily dominate the abyss. After being praised by her, it was hard not to feel smug. But the truth was that Qin Yu really didn't know. And in terms of Liao Shi's background, he was the same as Old Fox and the others. He was completely in the dark. Let's go, let's find a place to stay and then go to the auction house. Liao Shi waved his hand in high spirits, his face full of anticipation. Five Elements City's auction was held in the eastern part of the city, in a place called the Netherworld Platform. This was another incomparably powerful influence that spanned across many layers of the abyss. What was different from Thousand Eye Temple and Three Life Pavilion was that the Netherworld Platform only held auctions and didn't sell them to the public. Because it was powerful enough and had a first-rate reputation, it gradually became the #1 auction house in the abyss. No one knew just what sort of formidable background the Netherworld Platform was hiding. But for countless years, as long as the Netherworld Platform held an auction, there had never been any accidents. Of course, it wasn't that there hadn't been any accidents, but that even if there were, they would be erased in the shortest period of time. The auction this time was also held by the Netherworld Platform. They chose an inn not too far from the auction house. Although there was still some time before the auction, Liao Shi couldn't wait any longer. After a quick dinner, he shouted that he wanted to go to the Netherworld Platform right away. This caused Old Fox to look at the 2 pheasants in his hands, a helpless look on his face. He originally wanted to cook a delicious meal so that Miss Liao Shi would look at him in a higher light. But now, he could only temporarily postpone this idea. With Liao Shi and Qin Yu in front, they left the inn. In the shadows of the street, there seemed to be a mass of water swimming about. It quietly arrived behind the two demons. Then, the shadow suddenly rose up from the ground. It was like a big mouth that was opened wide, biting towards them. But at this time, the shadow paused for a moment. Then, like a bubble, it burst and dissipated. Shua, one of the demons, turned his head. He didn't discover anything wrong and subconsciously frowned. "Did you feel anything?" "No," the other demon said. "Perhaps I was too nervous. Since we've already obtained the news, there's no need to delay any further. Let's hurry back and report." "Okay." The two demons turned and left in a hurry. But they didn't know that just now, they had already taken a step into the gates of hell. Not long after the two demons left, there was a fluctuation in the air. The figure of Shadowless Demon, dressed in loose black robes, slowly appeared. He looked in the direction that the two demons had left and then looked in another direction. He didn't understand why Miss Liao Shi had stopped him. Although he couldn't figure it out since Miss Liao Shi had stopped him, she must have her reasons. All he needed to do was comply. Moreover, no matter who sent these two, if they dared to have any ideas about Miss Liao Shi or Sir Qin Yu, they were absolutely seeking death. Shadowless Demon looked down at the admission ticket in his hand, and then stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he blended into the crowd and vanished. The famous 5 Elements City auction hosted by the Netherworld platform was finally going to begin tonight. 3 main venues and 7 branch venues would hold the auction at the same time. There would be over 1,000 items up for auction. It could be said to be priceless. Several days ago, a massive number of demons had gathered in 5 Elements City, and today, the number had reached its peak. According to incomplete statistics, because of this auction, there were at least 5 million demons gathered in 5 Elements City. Not long after the Beast Tide passed, the originally desolate 5 Elements City became bustling once more. Thinking about it, the demons that survived the Beast Tide needed to spend some money to vent the joy in their hearts. In short, because of the early outbreak of the Beast Tide, the originally pessimistic auction was even more popular than expected. The direct result was that the streets leading to the Netherworld platform were now filled with a sea of people. Luckily, 5 Elements City had already expected such a situation and had sent a massive number of demon guards to maintain order. Because of this, the flow of people wasn't completely blocked. They were still able to maintain a slow pace as they moved forward. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang stood in front and behind, blocking the surging flow of people and preventing them from colliding with Liao Shi. But there were simply too many people, and they couldn't expose their cultivation, so the two of them were sweating profusely. Old Fox said, "Miss, with our tickets we can enjoy VIP treatment. As long as we reveal our identities, we can enter through the fast passage." Liao Shi hesitated. She looked at the crowd of demons and said, "With our current speed, will we be able to catch up to the auction?" Old Fox shook his head. "That won't happen. We have plenty of time." Liao Shi said, "Then let's not take the fast passage. It's also good to squeeze a bit here." Old Fox bitterly smiled. He thought that Miss Liao Shi's interests were truly different from others. He and Hei Tiangang looked at each other and sensed each other's thoughts. With a thought, they each summoned a wisp of demonic energy and quietly pushed away the surrounding demons. There were some that didn't know what was good for them. They stared at Liao Shi, their breathing ragged, and they fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they had been stepped on several hundred times. Whether they lived or died would depend on their own luck. Of course, strictly speaking, Old Fox and Hei Tiangang had saved their lives. Otherwise, if they really did try to squeeze over, it wouldn't be a matter of life or death. Rather, they would be crushed to pieces in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu looked at the excited Liao Shi, who was constantly glancing back and forth. The strange feeling in his heart became even stronger. This woman clearly had a deep background and formidable strength, so why did she always act like she hadn't seen the world? He just couldn't figure it out. An hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance to the Netherworld platform. Qin Yu glanced at Old Fox and He Tiangang. On the way here, the number of demons that had their legs broken by these two had to be at least 80, if not 100. Indeed, beautiful women were a source of calamity. Chapter 1071. Of course, it didn't matter whether it was a disaster or not. In any case, it wasn't him. Moreover, these demons that had their legs broken weren't any good people. He couldn't sympathize with them at all. Thus, Qin Yu subconsciously turned his attention to the Netherworld platform in front of him. The first thing he saw was the incomparably large word, Netherworld, that was dripping with blood, as if it were cast from blood. A bloody and infernal energy rushed towards him, causing him to instinctively feel fear and awe. Even if he didn't know the reputation and strength of the Netherworld platform, just seeing these two words would cause him to feel an instinctive sense of dread. Qin Yu could faintly feel the terrifying aura contained within the word, Netherworld. Although he didn't know who had written this, the one who had written these two words was definitely a peak great demon of the abyss. The entire outline of the Netherworld platform was like an incomparably massive platform that rose up from the ground. There were countless windows of various sizes that shined brightly from within. The dozens of entrances to the first floor were all open. There were demons guarding the entrances, inspecting all kinds of tickets. The tickets to the front of the infield were enough to be called honored guests. After Old Fox took out his ticket, the group was immediately treated with courtesy. Not only did they have priority passage, but there was also a special which leading the way, sending them to their respective seats. The seats in the infield were even more spacious. Liao Shi and Qin Yu sat down while He Tiangang, Old Fox, and Mianya stood to the side. The witch's eyes brightened and her tone became even more respectful. "Honored guests, if there is anything you need help with during the auction, please let me know. I will stay here to serve you." After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed and stepped back to the side. Then, she took out her internal communication demon artifact to report news of the honored guests, so that they could keep an eye out for them. Those that bought 5 infield tickets at once might have spent a sum of demon crystals to enter the infield to see the world. But with 5 tickets, only 2 people were seated and the other 3 were standing to the side. This was a great difference. Not to mention anything else, just the price of the infield tickets had already been raised to the heavens, let alone this sort of consecutive ticket. For 3 servants to follow them in, it could be seen that they didn't lack demon crystals and didn't care about this little bit of money. Such a person was definitely a distinguished guest. Liao Shi looked around excitedly, waiting for the auction to begin. Qin Yu glanced at the Netherworld platform demoness not too far away, and then at the conspicuous He Tiangang, Old Fox, and Mianya. He thought for a moment and said, "All of you sit down." "Thank you, sir." Old Fox's eyes flashed. He seemed to have guessed Qin Yu's thoughts. He respectfully thanked him and sat down. He Tiangang and Mianya also sat beside him. Liao Shi suddenly thought of an extremely serious matter, and hurriedly turned his head to ask, "Do we have enough magical crystals?" Qin Yu's lips twitched. Wasn't it a bit too late for her to ask at such a time? Old Fox smiled. "Miss, don't worry. I have enough." He Tiangang also nodded. "If it isn't enough, I still have some here. I'm sure Miss will be satisfied." The two of them appeared calm, but it wasn't intentional. It was just that with their status and identity, mana crystals were just a number to them. So what if he spent it all? As long as Miss Liao Shi was satisfied, everything was worth it. Moreover, if they wanted more mana crystals, with their strength they could casually move their fingers. It was far too easy. Liao Shi's smile was bright. "That's good. But don't worry, I won't spend your mana crystals in vain. When I find Qin Yu in the future, he will pay me back." Qin Yu frowned. "Liao Shi, don't go too far. Why should I pay you back what you owe?" "Humph humph. Just because I saved your life? Don't forget, if it weren't for me, The arcane technique would have already killed you. Do you think you would still be alive and kicking today? Liao Shi sneered. You only need to repay me with some mana crystals for saving your life, and yet you aren't satisfied? Qin Yu, do you know what the words heartless and unscrupulous mean? Qin Yu's face darkened. His heart was filled with helplessness. He knew that Liao Shi would use this as a reason to bully him. And sure enough, his premonition had become reality today. Old Fox hurriedly said, Don't worry, don't worry. It's just a few mana crystals. Sir, miss, you can have as many as you want. There is no need to pay me back. Qin Yu shook his head. That's a different matter. Since I used them to repay you for saving my life, I will definitely repay this debt. Liao Shi smiled. She clapped her hands and praised. You have guts, you have ambition. I like people like you who keep to your words. Then, I will have to spend a bit more today, otherwise I will be too unfair to you. Qin Yu closed his eyes and leaned back in his soft and comfortable chair, no longer looking at this smug woman. Seeing him avoid the battle, Liao Shi became even more spirited. She felt that recently when facing Qin Yu, she was becoming fiercer and fiercer. She was always able to gain the upper hand. Is he deliberately going easy on me? No, it was clearly me who argued until he was left speechless, so he could only obediently lower his head. That's right. Netherworld Platform Auction Hall. Lan Bo sat in a booth, his eyes slightly closed as he listened to the whispers of a guard beside him. Schwa, his eyes opened and a sharp light flashed in them. In other words, that Miss Liao Shi is also in the Netherworld Platform? Yes, young master. The demon respectfully replied. Lan Bo's lips curled up and his eyes sparkled. Fate, it really is fate. Perhaps this is the best arrangement the abyss has for me. Black Armor lowered his head, his lips twitching. In truth, he didn't think so. It had to be known that there were many different kinds of fate. For instance, ill-fated karma. That Miss Liao Shi clearly had a high status. Although she was the city lord's younger brother and had a noble background, she might not necessarily take a liking to her. If this was handled improperly, it would likely set off a storm. The thought of dissuading him raced through his mind several times, but in the end he didn't say it. The young master had clearly been tempted. If he said anything else, it would only be useless. He could only hope that nothing unexpected would happen. Lan Bo thought for a moment. He lifted a hand and beckoned. The witch that was serving him quickly walked over and respectfully half-knelt on the ground. What orders does young master have? Come here. I have something I would like to ask for your help with. The witch didn't shy away from him. Half of her soft body pressed against his as she breathed out. Young master, please speak. Lan Bo's lips curled up. He had participated in the auction of the Netherworld Platform before, so he already knew some of the intricacies involved. For example, these witches were responsible for entertaining guests. If the guests were interested, they could take them away to their heart's content. It had been some time since he had gotten close to a woman. Being seduced by this witch, he couldn't help but be moved. But now wasn't the time for a moment of pleasure. Lan Bo reached out and caressed the witch's plump breast. Then, he moved closer to her ear and whispered a few words. The witch revealed a look of difficulty. Lan Bo's fingers continued to move. He smiled and said, strictly speaking, this isn't a violation of the rules of the Netherworld Platform. I just want to know the location of a friend. As long as you help me, I won't mistreat you. The witch blushed. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Young master, please wait a moment. She waited until he withdrew his hand before standing up and leaving. Black Armor said in a low voice, Young master, the witches of the Netherworld Platform all cultivate a plucking technique. It is best not to have any relations with them. Lan Bo lightly said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Although this Black Armor was loyal, he was too cautious and inflexible. This wasn't the type of person Qin Yu liked. After they arrived at Evil Peak City, He would have his elder brother switch to someone else to listen to his orders. After a moment, the witch returned. She walked to Lon Beau's side and whispered some words to him. Lon Beau's eyes brightened and he smiled. Very good. This is for you. The witch received the leather belt. She glanced at it with a happy expression. After thanking him again and again, she threw him a flirtatious look and left. Lon Beau's eyes crossed the auction area. As he looked at a place diagonally across from him, a burning heat flashed in his eyes. Everyone naturally liked beauty. But as his elder brother rose up and the family became increasingly powerful, he didn't lack for pleasures. If it was just a beautiful woman, then his heart might have been moved, but it wasn't unworthy of his efforts. The key was that this woman called Liao Shi had an extraordinary status. Although he had only glanced at her from afar, his awakened demonic bloodline had the ability to see through illusions. He had directly seen through her disguise. This woman's appearance didn't have any trace of a demonic bloodline. She was definitely a princess with a noble bloodline. If this was all there was to it, then it wouldn't be a problem. But Liao Shi had peak demon general level guards at her side. This was the embodiment of her strength. It had to be known that the abyss was filled with endless battles all year round. It wasn't rare for kings to perish, so there were naturally many declining bloodlines that were left behind. Such princesses would often fall to the point of becoming the exclusive property of some great figure, their fates incomparably miserable. But Liao Shi clearly had a powerful background. If he could marry her, not only would he obtain the strength of his in-laws and consolidate his family's status, but he could also strengthen his bloodline so that his descendants would have some royal blood flowing through them. Although his elder brother had said that everything was fine, he had his own information channels and knew the pressure he faced. The Lord of Erfeng City had an incomparably noble status, but the higher one stood, the greater the risk one had to bear. Behind the boundless glory was a bottomless cliff. The slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into it and die a horrible death. If he could marry a princess, this in itself would be the greatest help to his elder brother. For many years, it had been his elder brother who had shielded him from the wind and rain. Now, it was time for him to do something for his elder brother. As for their status, although their Lan clan didn't have a royal bloodline, they were still a top-tier, high-tier demon clan. With an existence like his elder brother, their future was limitless. Given his status, as long as he did things properly, it wasn't impossible for him to marry a princess. Not to mention, Lon Bo was extremely confident in his ability to deal with women. The auction began. When the first auction item appeared on the stage, Liao Shi immediately entered a state of excitement. Her face flushed red and her eyes lit up. Esteemed guests, I will be the host for the first round of the auction. Let's not waste any time. Please take a look at the auction item. The elegant and smiling auctioneer gestured with his hand, drawing everyone's attention to a crystal-like object placed on the red velvet. Everyone, please take a look. This object is formed from the crystallization of the heart of a dead demon beast king. The Netherworld platform has verified that there is still a trace of blood essence left within. As he spoke, he lifted his hand and pointed at the crystalline object. After the object trembled slightly, a line of blood suddenly lit up. Soon after, the image of a giant beast appeared in the air, roaring furiously at the sky. The auctioneer withdrew his hand and the crystal-like object returned to its original state. The line of blood dissipated and the phantom of the giant beast disappeared. But that moment was enough for everyone to recognize the identity of the giant beast. Silver-backed purple-eared bear. That's right, it's this demon beast. The bear beast king must have awakened its bloodline ability. If one is lucky enough, they might even be able to obtain its powerful abilities from this wisp of blood essence. The eyes of many demons in the auction house brightened. Most of them were tall and muscular, and their muscles bulged like they were made of iron. The abyss demon race all had the bloodline of a demon, and it was better to absorb it from the same race. It was no wonder that these people were excited. Chapter 1072. The bare demonic bloodline was considered powerful in the abyss. Thus, there were many people with this bloodline in today's auction house. Moreover, it didn't mean that only the bare demonic bloodline could absorb a trace of the crystallized demon beast king's heart's blood essence. Demonic bloodlines of the same type had a certain chance, just that the effects would be slightly worse. Thus, this first auction item caused the hearts of many demons to heat up. They thought to themselves that the Netherworld platform's fame really couldn't be underestimated. The crystallized heart of the demon beast king's silverback purple-eared bear that still has a trace of its blood essence. The starting price is 500,000 demon crystals. Interested guests, please bid. The auctioneer's smile didn't change, but the number he spat out was extremely unfriendly. Demon crystals were precious crystals that were formed in special environments due to the massive accumulation of abyssal demonic energy. They were used as currency by the abyssal demons. Of course, the reason why magical crystals could replace the function of currency was that they themselves were a powerful cultivation booster. Even though there were many restrictions on using magical crystals to cultivate, that alone was enough for them to have a transcendent status. 500,000 demon crystals was a number that ordinary demons wouldn't even dare to dream of in their entire lives. It was enough to make a demon general go bankrupt. And more importantly, 500,000 demon crystals was just the starting price of this crystallized demon beast king's heart. Only the heavens knew how high the final price would go. But the demons that entered the auction house today were clearly mentally prepared. Although the starting price of 500,000 demon crystals was terrifying, it didn't scare them. You got what you paid for. Whether it was the abyss or the world of the living, this was an unquestionable truth. Good things naturally had to have a good price. 500,000. Ever since the first bid was made, the competition for this demon beast king's heart became intense. Each and every one of the burly demon race men, whose arms could be bent to the size of a horse, were fighting so fiercely that their faces and necks were flushed, and the veins on their foreheads were bulging. Soon, the price broke through 1 million demon crystals. At this price, ordinary demon generals could no longer participate. After eliminating a large number of bidders, the guests in the VIP seats began to leave the auction. Of course, there weren't many demons in the auction house. They already knew about the information about this auction, and most of the demon crystals they had prepared already had a target in mind. Unless there was an accident, he wouldn't easily scatter his focus on other items, lest the item he locked on to be stolen. So this is an auction. Liao Shi muttered to himself. His eyes were particularly bright as he looked to his left, then to his right, and there was a look of hesitation on his face. Old Fox was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Miss, if you also like this demon beast king's heart, you can bid for it. Just treat it as practice." Pausing for a moment, he swept his eyes around. The Netherworld platform's auctions always have the best items at the back. Once you familiarize yourself with the bidding rules, you won't suffer a loss. Ah, is that so? I won't stand on ceremony then. Liao Shi cleared his throat and raised his hand. 2 million. Schwar in the auction house, the sounds of bidding suddenly quieted down. In the booths in the inner area, several people who were bidding frowned slightly. 1,500,000 was probably the ideal price for the crystallized heart of the silverback purple-eared bear in their minds. 2 million demon crystals. It wasn't that it wasn't worth it. Moreover, looking at the momentum of the other party's bid, it was clear that they were determined to win. If they continued to struggle, they feared that the price would continue to rise. At that time, even if they successfully won the bid, they would have spent a great deal of money. Moreover, it was possible that they would have formed some enmity with others. Everyone here had demon crystals, otherwise it would be impossible for them to sit in the VIP booth. But no one's demon crystal was an abyssal wind that came out of nowhere. Moreover, everyone had their own goals today. If you made things difficult for someone else, then in the following auctions, the other party would only need to lift a hand or move their lips to make you pay several times the price. In short, there was no smart person who was willing to do something like this. It was a completely strenuous thing. After a short period of hesitation, the several booths in the inner area chose to shut their mouths and give up the demon beast king's heart. 2,100,000. A deep and resonant voice sounded out from the outer area. The one who bid was a middle-aged demon with a demonic bear bloodline. His face was flushed red and his fists were tightly clenched together. His eyes were filled with nervousness. It was clear that with his demon general level cultivation, this bid was already the limit of what he could afford. 3 million. Liao Shi excitedly raised his hand. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He glanced at Old Fox, who had a strange expression on his face. He silently mourned for his demon crystal. If the auction house were to encounter a contestant that increased the bid like this, they would surely be overjoyed. They hoped that everyone would follow suit. 3 million, the young lady over here has bid 3 million demon crystals. Is there any guest willing to show greater sincerity? The auctioneer's voice unconsciously became a bit more high-pitched. The first item had been sold and the price was already above the estimated amount. This would play a role in promoting the rest of the auction. Who, the demonic bear bloodline in the outer area, let out a long breath. He slumped back into his seat. As he looked at the inner area, there was a trace of hatred and cruelty in his eyes. But soon, he put away these crazy thoughts in his heart. Not to mention that this was the Netherworld platform. Even if he left, someone that could casually toss out 3 million without batting an eye wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. Congratulations to this young lady, 3 million has been sold. After you pay the demon crystals, you may take away this demon beast king's heart at any time. Congratulations once more. As the wooden hammer fell, the auctioneer took the lead in applauding. There was a burst of enthusiastic applause in the auction house. Countless eyes gathered on Liao Shi. The surrounding demons all smiled and nodded. Liao Shi's face flushed red. He couldn't hide the smug look on his face. He lightly snorted and said, "Do you see? I was born to participate in such a grand occasion as an auction." Old Fox and He Tiangang tried hard for a long time, but their faces couldn't help but fiercely twitch. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. He thought that the clapping demons must be cursing in their hearts. Where did this girl come from? She was simply a stick that stirred things up. The reason he greeted her was because he hoped that in the following auctions, he could ask her to be magnanimous and not randomly bid. To think that she didn't even realize it and was even so smug about it. Liao Shi, oh Liao Shi, sometimes I think you're extremely intelligent and deeply hidden, but sometimes you can even be called a stupid idiot. Of course, he could only keep these thoughts in his heart. He definitely couldn't say them out loud. Moreover, looking at Old Fox and He Tiangang, although they had strange expressions, they didn't seem to be forcing things. It was likely that a mere several million demon crystals wasn't anything in their eyes at all. After all, one was the leader of a 1,000-eye Hall branch division, and the other was the master of the massive Merry Forest. As demon commander-level existences that had lived for countless years, they were bound to be extremely wealthy. If Liao Shi was willing to spend their demon crystals, these two old demons would surely be overjoyed. At the side, the demoness led several demons from the Netherworld platform, carrying the box containing the demon beast king's heart. She respectfully bowed and said, "Honored guest, please inspect it. If there are no problems, then we can complete the payment." Old Fox stood up and opened the box to take a look. Then, he nodded and took out a deep cyan crystal card. The phantom of a horrifying abyssal beast was engraved on its surface. It was a 3-headed hellhound that was nearly as tall as the heavens. This was the king of the abyss of this level, the 3-headed demon hound race, and it was a storage card jointly issued by several large influences. and the Netherworld platform was one of the shareholders behind the scenes of this financial bank. After the demoness saw the crystal card, she became even more respectful. She didn't believe that anyone would dare to make a joke out of the Netherworld platform, so this crystal card in front of her must be real. And the crystal card itself was a symbol of status. It was an affirmation of one's strength and wealth. Only a truly great figure could possess such a card. But this demoness in front of her was extremely respectful to the other two youths in the booth. From the looks of it, they were subordinates and servants, and yet they could casually take out this sort of demon crystal card? If so, just how honored were the statuses of these two youths? The demoness didn't dare to imagine. But as her eyes swept over Qin Yu, she couldn't help but reveal a burning heat in her eyes. As a demoness chosen by the Netherworld platform to entertain guests from all over, regardless of cultivation or bloodline, her appearance and figure were absolutely top class. If she could climb into this young master's bed, then even if she couldn't obtain any status, just a little bit of something from him would be enough for her to live the rest of her life without worrying about food or clothing. Mianya glared at the demoness and cursed her inwardly. "You little hussy, you actually dare to have ideas about Qin Yu? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Even I, a beauty of the nine-tailed demon fox race, haven't been able to climb into his bed, so what right do you have to have such thoughts?" Old Fox swiped his card to pay the bill. The several demons from the Netherworld platform respectfully bowed and excused themselves. The demoness had a bitter look in her eyes. But from start to finish, Qin Yu didn't even glance at her. All his attention was focused on the blind man. After the several demons left, Liao Shi suddenly said, "Qin Yu, I didn't think you would attract women so much." Qin Yu expressionlessly said, "Can I take that as a compliment?" Liao Shi spat and cursed him for being shameless. Then, he turned his head away from Qin Yu and stared at the auction stage once more. The second auction item had already begun. Lan Bo rubbed his chin. He reached out a hand and gently stroked the demoness body a few times. He smiled and said, "You've done well. After the auction ends, I will order someone to bring you to your residence." The demoness blushed red and her eyes blurred. She nodded and stood up, moving to the side. To think that the holders of the Abyssal Demon crystal cards are actually Miss Liao's subordinates. This identity is probably even more noble and difficult to approach than I thought. But the more it's like this, the more it means that if I succeed, I'll be able to reap unimaginable rewards. Lan Bo's eyes flashed as his thoughts raced. Black Armor took a deep breath. He said, "Sir, I think your actions are a bit too rash. I ask you to reconsider." The more powerful a demon race was, the more they valued their bloodline. Even if they were to marry, they would only do so with powerful bloodlines of the same level. Any attempt to tarnish their noble bloodline would be viewed as a provocation and affront to their entire race. In the endless years of the Abyss, there had been stories of a commoner boy overturning a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, or a prince falling in love with a Cinderella. But the Abyss was not a fairy tale world. The final fates of these people were often far more miserable than anyone could imagine. Of course, it wasn't that there were no successful cases, but the number was so small that calling it a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn was an exaggeration. Black Armor had received a great favor from the city lord and received orders to welcome the second young master into Evil Peak City. Of course, he had to be loyal to his duty and prevent the second young master from encountering danger. But unfortunately, Lan Bo was not his elder brother. Although he was intelligent and patient, he did not know how to act according to his own abilities. Moreover, the most important thing was that Lan Bo's position in himself seemed to be a little too high. Thus, in his opinion, while it was difficult to pursue the princess, it wasn't impossible. Moreover, if he succeeded, he would reap a bountiful harvest. His elder brother and even the entire family would look at him in a new light. Thus, in the face of Black Armor's loyal words, he frowned and sneered. "Black Armor, don't forget your status. You are just a servant of my family. Do you dare look down on me? Chapter 1073. Black Armor knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This subordinate doesn't dare. Humph, then shut your mouth. If you dare to say another word, you can return to Evil Peak City. Lan Bo looked away. He already felt extreme disgust towards this guard captain. Black Armor bitterly smiled. He stood up and said nothing more. He had already done what he needed to do. The rest could only be left to fate. He hoped that this wouldn't cause too much trouble. Miss Liao Shi, who had successfully won the heart of a demon beast king at a price of 3 million, continued to bid several more times in the following auctions. Finally, she obtained something. Not everyone was afraid of this unfamiliar and rich little girl. Firstly, the things she had chosen weren't that precious. Secondly, the price she offered was really a headache for them. After thinking it over, no one was willing to provoke this mysterious woman. Lan Bo's eyes brightened. He knew that his chance had come. Everyone was avoiding Liao Shi's arrogance. If he could do the opposite, he would surely be able to attract her attention. As long as the two of them interacted, he was confident that he could deepen his impression in her heart. Then, step by step, he could complete his conquest of Princess. Now, all he needed to do was wait for an opportunity. And soon, this opportunity appeared. An abyssal demonic vine's root was brought onto the auction stage. After some bidding, Liao Shi bid once more. This abyssal demonic vine comes from an unknown level that no demon has ever truly stepped into, a mysterious and hidden abyss. In order to obtain a single root, a demon commander was injured and 3 demon generals were swept away, leaving not even their bones behind. Although it seems harmless now, once it matures, its strength will be incomparably terrifying. Of course, cultivating a demonic vine requires time and a massive amount of resources. But there is no such thing as a free lunch in the abyss. If you want to obtain something, you need to invest a corresponding amount of resources. Honored guests, you should all understand this. If you invest resources and energy into training your juniors, they may not be able to grow up. But if you invest in this abyssal demonic vine, it will definitely return to you. An incomparably obedient and powerful guardian demonic vine, one that will allow you to live a carefree life. One couldn't help but admit that the auctioneer's mouth was truly eloquent. With his encouragement, the atmosphere in the auction house became even more heated. Of course, the main reason why so many demons were fighting over it was that the abyssal demonic vine was indeed miraculous, and its future growth potential was astonishing. After all, no one was stupid enough to throw out magical crystals just because of a few words. 4 million. This was the first time Liao Shi had placed a bid, and the faces of the demons in the bidding war had already warped a little. It was her, it was her, it was her again. This was a woman who loved to stir up trouble. Once she made a move, she wouldn't let go. I'll let you have the previous items, but this abyssal demonic vine is truly a good item. Once it fully matured, even the demon commander's cultivation would be at a disadvantage. Even though it could only stay in one place, unable to move at will, it was still enough to be considered priceless. 4 million magical crystals was definitely an underestimation of the abyssal demonic vine's value. After a round of bidding, the price smoothly rose to 5 million, and those who were still fighting for it were basically the VIP seats in the inner area. Lan Bo was also among them, but he was not conspicuous. He would occasionally increase the price, but the frequency was not high and the range was not too big. 6 million. With a wave of his hand, Liao Shi raised the price by a notch. At this price, the number of bidders decreased again. The Netherworld platform's main auction was said to have over 1,000 items, and many of them were precious. This abyssal demonic vine had cost more than 6 million magical crystals. In the following auctions, they would probably miss out on other good items. Some people backed out, while others were even more determined to get it. That was because this abyssal demonic vine had an even more important place in their eyes. 7 million. In the VIP seats in the inner area, a skinny demon in a blood-red robe said coldly. He glanced around and said, "Everyone, this demonic vine is very important to my Blood Shadow clan. Please part with it." The expression of the demon who was serving him changed slightly. She stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Esteemed guest, please conduct yourself with dignity. Your current actions have already violated the rules of the auction house." The Blood Shadow Tribe powerhouse had a cold look in his eyes. "Do you want to die?" A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the demon witch. Her entire face paled in an instant. But at this time, the Blood Shadow Tribe powerhouse stuffily coughed. His body swayed and fear appeared in his eyes. On the stage, the auctioneer had a faint expression. "Esteemed guest, if you wish to continue bidding, then you must abide by the rules of our Netherworld platform. Otherwise, please leave." The Blood Shadow Tribe powerhouse took a deep breath. He turned and sat back down. "Continue bidding." The auctioneer smiled. "Thank you for your understanding. Then, let us continue bidding on this abyssal demonic vine. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, our Netherworld platform will bid 7,100,000 demon crystals. If there is no one who wishes to increase the bid, then we will keep this item." Old Fox revealed a look of praise. He felt some admiration towards this auctioneer's wit. These simple words were able to resolve the psychological burden that the other guests had to bear when bidding. Otherwise, with the Blood Shadow Tribe's previous stance, the auction would have been affected. But now there was no need to worry about this. 7,300,000, 7,500,000. The auction continued. Liao Shi lifted his hand. 8 million. Schwa, countless eyes instantly gathered on her. Liao Shi tried her best to maintain a straight face, as if she didn't care about this at all. But she seemed to inadvertently glance at Qin Yu, her eyes filled with arrogance. It was clear she was saying, "Did you see my prestige? How childish." Qin Yu sneered inwardly. He didn't have any research into the treasures of the abyss, so he naturally had no interest in this auction. As for Liao Shi, who the hell knew why she was spending so many demon crystals to bid on these things? Perhaps it really was to experience the process of the auction and personally participate in it. Even though this seemed like an extremely unreliable possibility, Qin Yu felt that anything that happened to Liao Shi was possible. The abyssal demonic vine was indeed good, but no matter how good it was, it had its own value. When the price exceeded 10 million, there were only 4 people left in the auction. At this time, Lan Bo was finally noticed. Although he didn't increase the price by much, thinking about it, it seemed that he hadn't given up from the start. Moreover, after the price surpassed 10 million, he continued to increase the price. This alone was enough to show that he was determined to win. 11 million. To increase the price so neatly, and it was our Miss Liao Shi, it was clear that her bid placed a considerable amount of pressure on the other 3 parties. After a brief moment of hesitation, the demon on the left side sneered and gave up on bidding. Another guest thought about it and added another 300,000 magic crystals on top of that. 12 million. This time, it was Lan Bo who raised the bid. Before this, his performance had been lukewarm. Who would have thought that after breaking through 10 million, he would suddenly become so radical? The demon that raised the price by 300,000 revealed a stunned expression. He immediately shook his head and put down the bidding number in his hand. 13 million. 14 million. Liao Shi raised 2 fingers. 20 million. Then, she blinked. "This is my bottom price. If anyone offers a higher price, the abyssal demonic vine will belong to him." Lan Bo was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he deeply sighed and stood up. "Miss, you are quite bold. I admit defeat. The abyssal demonic vine is yours." Liao Shi smiled and nodded. She inadvertently glanced over. This caused Lan Bo to reveal a smug smile. The fish had taken the bait. After some competition, Liao Shi had spent several million demon crystals in order to purchase this abyssal demonic vine. But with the wealth she had displayed, a mere several million demon crystals wasn't something she cared about at all. Even if she felt some ill will towards him because of this, it was only a minuscule amount. And more importantly, because of the competition between the two sides, he had already left behind a preliminary impression in Liao Shi's heart. The birth of any relationship started from the first impression. In Lan Bo's opinion, although the first impression he had given Liao Shi wasn't perfect, it was absolutely effective. And this was only the beginning. Before this auction ended, he would leave an even deeper mark on her heart. Liao Shi smiled as she sat down. Her demeanor revealed a trace of grace and elegance, even giving off an illusion of nobility and grace. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at her face for a long time and said, "Where are you feeling unwell?" Liao Shi's face stiffened. She glared at him fiercely and mouthed, "You shut up." Qin Yu sneered inwardly. He thought that no matter what woman it was, once they were angered, the words "old lady" would jump out. Some would say it out loud and some would roar in their hearts. But no matter what method they used, it was clear that the words "old lady" were extremely good and were deeply loved by the vast majority of women. During the intermission of the auction, the Netherworld platform had prepared all sorts of refreshments for the guests to eat and rest. Mianya stood up and went out. When she returned, her mood seemed a bit off. Qin Yu glanced at her several times and saw that she had her head lowered, not saying a single word. But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem as if she had been wronged. Qin Yu's thoughts raced and he didn't think too much about it. She elegantly ate some snacks and drank some tea. Then, Liao Shi was in high spirits as she threw herself back into the auction. The first item to be auctioned in the middle of the auction caused her eyes to brighten. She didn't hesitate to call out a bid, more than doubling the base price. 9 million. Tonight, this young lady, who had won many times and had never failed once, was bidding once again. What she has taken a fancy to is this vial of hill troll blood. As we all know, the hill troll is a type of ancient life form that was born in the early days of the abyss. It was once a peak existence comparable to the abyssal titan, abyssal demon dragon, hellfire phoenix, and other super demon beasts. But the abyss is constantly changing. Because of some unknown reason that we have yet to discover, the hill troll gradually withered away until it finally vanished, becoming a part of the legends of the abyss. The origins of this vial of hill troll blood are unknown, but guests can rest assured about its quality. My Netherworld platform can guarantee that this is the blood of the true hill troll. If the first item to be auctioned today, the incomplete crystallized heart of the demon beast king, is a true treasure, then compared to this vial of hill troll blood, the difference is at least 3 levels, or even more. 9 million demon crystals, this is completely worth it. A new auctioneer stepped onto the stage. He was clearly much more enthusiastic. His passionate voice was able to stir the blood in one's body. The bid for this vial of hill troll blood soared, quickly breaking through the 10 million mark and becoming one of the top auction items. Liao Shi was still bidding. Lan Bo was also among them. However, there were many people who knew what was good and what was bad. Many people in the auction had come for this vial of hill troll blood. Thus, even though the bid had broken through the 10 million mark, there were still many demons competing. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before the bid exceeded 20 million. In fact, it might even reach an even higher limit. Chapter 1074. 20 million. Lan Bo suddenly spoke up, directly increasing the bid by 5 million. Even though the bidders had guessed that it would not be difficult to exceed 20 million, this sudden increase caused many demons to feel their hearts skip a beat. One had to know that 20 million demon crystals was already more than half the wealth of an ordinary demon general. The boldness required to throw it in one go was simply unimaginable. Furthermore, there was something that had already been repeated several times. There were definitely not just one or two precious treasures in the auction house. The further one went, the more likely it was that something truly good would appear. 20 million demon crystals reduced the number of bidders by at least a third. And Liao Shi's following bid, on this basis, eliminated nearly 80% of the bidders. 30 million. Even in the Netherworld Platform's auction, an increase of 10 million in a single bid could be considered an absolute extravagance. On the stage, the auctioneer's face instantly flushed red, and his voice grew louder and louder. It's this young lady again. She directly increased the bid by 10 million. So now, the bidding price is 30 million. Is there any guest who is willing to pay a higher price? His gaze continuously swept across the crowd, but there were already very few demons who were willing to continue bidding. There was almost no response. However, the current price of 30 million had already exceeded the estimated value of the mountain troll blood. It could be considered a successful bid. 31 million. It was Lan Bo, the younger brother of the city lord of Otherworld Peak City. He had finally grasped the second opportunity to deepen his impression in Liao Shi's heart. And this time, he had made up his mind that he would definitely not give up. Since he had stopped the first time, he had to be forceful the second time. He had to suppress Liao Shi's arrogance and keep the mountain troll blood for himself. Only then could the contrast between the two times leave a deeper impression in Liao Shi's heart. He might even become curious about him because of this. Then, a wonderful story could perhaps slowly take root and sprout from this curiosity. Liao Shi raised his eyebrows and looked at the bid in surprise. Then, his lips moved and a heart-pounding number jumped out. 40 million. 41 million. Lan Bo stood up and revealed a perfectly timed bitter smile that was filled with helplessness. This young lady, the blood of the hill troll demon, is one of the most important objectives of my participation in this auction. Thus, I can only apologize. Liao Shi nodded with a smile. Of course. Treasures are tempting, and the one who offers the highest price will obtain them. We'll just have to rely on our own means. She raised her hand. 50 million. Lan Bo returned the courtesy. Thank you for your understanding. He stood up straight and took a deep breath. 60 million. Her enunciation was clear and powerful. At this time, there was a short pause in the bidding. The Netherworld platform had sent someone to verify Lan Bo's purchasing power. After all, if he didn't verify his wealth in advance and made a fool of himself in the end, the Netherworld platform would also lose face along with him. As it turned out, Lan Bo was indeed very capable. After the demons at the Netherworld platform respectfully bowed, they returned the magic crystal card to him. This was a card that was deep purple in color. On its surface, there were strange patterns that seemed like blazing flames. In this dim environment, it attracted a great deal of attention. Any demon that noticed this magic crystal card would involuntarily reveal a look of shock or fear. In the abyss, a magic crystal card was a symbol of status. But there were also differences in the quality of the magic crystal cards. For instance, the one in Lan Bo's hand was one of the top magic crystal cards that were rarely circulated. The vast majority of Abyssal Kings used this type of crystal card. Just this alone was enough to prove Lan Bo's status and identity. The eyes of the demoness that served him were so charming that they seemed as if they were about to flow out. As for wealth with this card, even if there wasn't even a single demon crystal stored inside, one could directly draw out 1 billion or more demon crystals. Its other name was the King Unlimited card. This meant that as long as the card holder was still alive, they could draw out a nearly limitless amount of demon crystals. The auction continues. This esteemed guest has bid 60 million. Are there any other bids? The auctioneer seemed to have been reminded of something. His tone became much calmer and he didn't try to stir up the hearts of others. There was a solemn look on his face. King Unlimited card, although the Netherworld platform didn't fear an Abyssal King, since this was someone who could directly hold the card, they had to give them the respect they deserved. Not actively provoking them was a manifestation of this respect. As for the card holder's voluntary consumption, they would still accept it. Liao Shi blinked. He turned to look at Old Fox. This fellow faintly smiled. With our status, although we can't obtain the Top King Unlimited card, a mere several tens of millions of demon crystals isn't anything at all. Moreover, even if it were several times more, I would feel some pressure. But for He Tiangang, it wouldn't be a problem at all. He Tiangang nodded. He took out a magic crystal card. Anything within 1 billion is fine. Liao Shi's eyes brightened. His lips curved up in a smile. He lifted his hand. 100 million. Schwar, wherever his voice went, it was like someone had pressed a mute button. The auction house fell deathly silent. Lan Bo's heart skipped a beat. Because he had taken out this magic crystal card that his elder brother had specially given him, all the confidence and vanity he had felt had completely vanished. 100 million, that was 100 million demon crystals. If he took it out, it would be enough to form a mountain and fill up a small abyssal city. This woman's wealth was far more astonishing than he had imagined. But with the situation having reached this step, he had already said his piece. Unless he gave up on his initial thoughts and gave up on Liao Shi, he could only stubbornly persist. 200 million. Not only did he have to persist, but he also had to show that he didn't fall behind at all. This was because only people on the same level could interact with each other and have the impulse to go one step further. Black Armor's eyebrows jumped up. With the status of the City Lord, things like demon crystals were nothing more than a meaningless number. But this number was too large, and it would affect the City Lord. Moreover, with things like this happening, it was clear that the young master was riding a tiger. If things continued like this, it would be impossible to resolve. Young master, just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Lan Bo's sharp eyes. He could only swallow his following words. From this gaze, Black Armor could feel an intense loathing and impatience. It was clear that the young master was no longer willing to conceal his dissatisfaction towards him. After returning to Underground Peak City, he would take the initiative to apply for a transfer. It was just that he was dissatisfied with the City Lord's most beloved younger brother. His future days wouldn't be easy. Liao Shi hesitated for a moment. Then, he let out a deep breath and stood up. He performed an incomparably dignified high-class demon etiquette. This young master is quite bold. The blood of the hill giant demon is yours. Lan Bo relaxed and smiled. He knew that he had made the right bet. If there had been any hesitation just now, he would have completely missed out on this golden opportunity. He had already noticed Liao Shi's gaze just now. The interest and curiosity in it couldn't be hidden. This 200 million was well spent. For the Lan family, as long as they spent enough time, they could accumulate an endless amount of demon crystals. But this golden opportunity wasn't something that could be exchanged for even 10 billion demon crystals. Thank you, Miss, for letting me win. In the following auction, if Miss is interested, Lan Bo will take the initiative to step back once in return. He bowed and then sat down. He had already aroused the other party's curiosity. What he needed to do now wasn't to show off too much, but to display his own charm. In fact, it would be best if he could hide a bit of indifference and indifference. Only like this would women not think that he was deliberately trying to approach them. Of course, no matter how much he said, it was all in theory. It was nothing more than empty words. The true hard conditions were that he was handsome, beautiful, and that his family had a large amount of land and connections. Otherwise, all of this would be like the dragon-slaying skill that he had learned. As for whether or not these words hurt his heart, this was the truth. It had nothing to do with whether or not it hurt his heart. A strange light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He was now sure that this woman, Liao Shi, was plotting something. Otherwise, with her terrible personality and how she had been clamoring about smashing everyone with demon crystals before the auction started, how could she give up so easily? Moreover, She was still exchanging blows with this pretty boy called Lanbo? Haha, if there was something fishy going on, then he would open his mouth and eat the table. Could it be that Liao Shi's personality had suddenly changed, and she was moved by this pretty boy? Thinking back to how she had been so obsessed with reading all sorts of random books, Qin Yu suddenly felt that this wasn't impossible. If this was really the case, then Liao Shi's taste were truly terrible. He didn't believe that with Liao Shi's eyesight, she wouldn't have been able to see that this Lan Bo brat was clenching his teeth and stubbornly holding on. As Qin Yu was lost in thought, he was suddenly kicked hard. He looked up and glared at her. "Why are you stepping on me?" Liao Shi had a smile on her face. Her lips moved and she clenched her teeth. "I'm warning you, stop thinking nonsense. Act normally and don't ruin my plans." Qin Yu coldly sneered. "If you really like this boy, then that's your own business. I can't be bothered to care." The auction continued. He was bored. He leaned back and subconsciously turned around, glancing at Mianya. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu frowned. He thought for a moment and then stood up. "I'm going to drink something." As he walked past Mianya, he bumped her knee. Mianya took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Miss, I will go serve the young master." As she spoke, she stood up and followed. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang glanced at each other. They could see the gratification in each other's eyes. Although Qin Yu sometimes appeared cold and indifferent, the truth was that he was a very soft person. If they followed such a person, they wouldn't encounter any heart-wrenching things. It seemed that their decision was correct. Qin Yu walked to where the buffet snacks were placed. He stopped in a corner and turned around, frowning. "What's wrong with you?" On the way here, Mianya had thought about many things. She had originally decided not to say anything, but as soon as she was asked this question, tears began to flow down her face. Qin Yu was startled. He could sense that this nine-tailed demon fox demoness wasn't just trying to seduce him. Rather, she was really crying. "Hey! If you have something to say, then say it. What are you crying for? If others see this, they will suspect that I've done something bad to you." Mianya sobbed as she wiped away her tears. "I'm sorry, young master, but I really can't help it. I want to ask something of you. Although it's a bit excessive, please help me." As she spoke, she knelt down. Qin Yu grabbed her and said in a low voice, "If you want me to refuse you, then continue kneeling. I absolutely won't stop you." Mianya paused and stood up. She raised her head and looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Qin Yu drew back his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. Indeed, curiosity was something that he absolutely couldn't have. As for being soft-hearted, they were just some abyssal demons. They were mortal enemies of the world, so he didn't care at all. "That's right, I'm just curious." Qin Yu took a deep breath and put down his hand. What's going on? Chapter 1075. The Netherworld Platforms auction was held simultaneously in the main venue and the 7 branch venues. Strictly speaking, the items that could be auctioned in the main venue were of relatively high value. But this didn't mean that the items auctioned in the branch venues were of poor quality. On the contrary, for some demons, what they looked forward to the most were the items auctioned in the branch venues. For instance, in one of the 7 branch venues, there was a slave market for all sorts of abyssal demons. Slaves were good things. Once they signed an abyssal blood contract, they would become their master's vassal and would never be able to betray him again. Under an order, whether it was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, or a bottomless abyss, they had to obey their master's will, even if they had to fill it with corpses. Thus, in the abyss, raising slaves was the norm. Any demon with some strength would think of ways to expand their slave rank. As for the source of these slaves, the abyss was not a peaceful place. For instance, the level that Qin Yu and the others were in had been managed by the 3-headed demon hound race for many years. The interior had been cleaned out, so it was relatively peaceful. But in other levels of the abyss, there might not be such a stable rule. The struggles between the overlords of large and small forces would cause countless demons to die or be captured. There were many races in the abyss, and besides some special races with powerful bloodlines, they had strong reproductive abilities. Thus, there was no shortage of people. Once one became a captive, the chances of being ransomed were small. Then, what awaited them was to be sold into slavery. And this could at most be considered contributing a small portion of the abyss's incomparably bustling slave market. The true bulk of it was involved in wars between two levels of the abyss, or even several levels of the abyss that fell into a chaotic war. The territories of the defeated would be plundered. All the subjects would be divided up, and besides a small portion, the rest would be sold as slaves. Of course, there was another reason why the abyss was so popular. Besides controlling the lives and deaths of the slaves and having a stable source, there was also another important reason. This had already been mentioned before. That was the cultivation method of the abyssal demons. All abyssal races, no matter how strong or weak, their strength was established on the demon bloodline within their bodies. And demon bloodlines, strictly speaking, originated from abyssal demon beasts. The latter could swallow each other to increase their strength. Similarly, the demons could also take this cultivation shortcut. For instance, Qin Yu's blood refinement technique allowed him to plunder the bloodline of other demonic species for his own use and enhance the strength of his own bloodline. If it wasn't controlled, the entire abyss would have no order to speak of. All demons would become monsters that devoured others to strengthen themselves. Therefore, after the abyss had just formed and was at its most chaotic period, the powerful races had established an iron rule that demons were not allowed to devour each other in order to maintain the order of the abyss. Those who violated this rule would be jointly killed. Over the years, this law had gradually stabilized and restrained the abyss devil's desire to devour each other's bloodline. It was also because of this that the Chaos Abyss was able to maintain its current stable ruling order. Of course, it was impossible to completely eliminate this phenomenon, because devouring the bloodline of other demon species to strengthen oneself was an instinct imprinted in the bloodline of all demons. There were also some rules and order makers who secretly did things that no one knew about. Even if they knew, they could only be a part of the destruction. What he meant was that devouring the bloodline of the demon race could increase the strength of the demon race in a short period of time. As for slaves, they were not within the scope of protection. In other words, as long as one's bloodline could withstand the slaves they raised, and they did not degenerate into the bloodthirsty and violent blood-eyed demon race, they could eat 8 or 10 a day and not be punished. Therefore, raising slaves in large numbers could increase one's strength, obtain subordinates that did not fear death, and if they found good seedlings, they could eat them all in one bite, benefiting themselves. This was basically the reason why slavery in the abyss was a common practice. And today, Mianya had asked Qin Yu for help in order to rescue 2 of her fellow clansmen from today's slave auction. To be more precise, it was a boy and a girl who looked to be 3 to 5 years old, with a pair of furry fox ears on their heads, and who looked to be in human form. Right now, they were wearing necklaces specially made by slave merchants. These necklaces could seal the demonic energy in their bodies and prevent them from escaping before they recognized their master. Slaves that had the qualifications to wear these necklaces were absolutely top quality in the market. To use these precious necklaces on 2 little 9-tailed demon fox boys and girls seemed like making a mountain out of a molehill. I know that everyone is puzzled. I am such a solemn person, but we slave merchants only care about profit. Since I am willing to pay a heavy price to help these 2 little things wear these slave necklaces, there must be a reason. The owner of this slave stall was a short and stout demon. He wore large gold chains and sunglasses and a black robe that revealed his chest. 2 thick fangs protruded from his lips. Looking at his wild and unruly hair that pointed straight into the sky, it was clear that what flowed through his body was the bloodline of an abyssal wild boar. A boar didn't completely represent a simple and stupid person. On the contrary, the bloodline of an abyssal wild boar was extremely cruel and cruel. It was one of the more formidable middle-level demon bloodlines. He tore open the robe in front of his chest to reveal his fat abdomen. In truth, his skin was thick and his defensive capabilities surpassed that of iron and stone. There was a terrifying scar on his abdomen. The flesh and blood on the surface seemed to have been corroded by a powerful demonic energy, turning a horrifying dark blue color. Now it was crudely stitched together by some sort of silk thread. It was like a giant and fierce centipede was lying there, a horrifying sight to behold. This wound was caused by this little boy. If it weren't for my thick abdomen, I would have been cut open by him. The surrounding demons' complexions changed as they heard this, but most of them revealed looks of doubt. The truth was that these two nine-tailed demon fox boys and girls were far too young. Even though their bloodlines were powerful, it was very difficult for them to be able to inflict such serious injuries on this slave trader, who was obviously very powerful. I, Strong Pig Zhu, have been a slave trader for over 100 years and have never made a mistake in my goods. All the customers that have worked with me are well aware of this. If you don't believe me, I can understand. I will naturally give you an explanation. He closed his robe, seeming to tear at his wounds. He grimaced in pain and turned to glare at the little boy who was glaring at him. Why do you hate me? I wasn't the one that destroyed your village. Also, if it weren't for you being able to sell me for a good price, I would have taught you just how much you would have to pay for that claw of mine. With a cold sneer, Strong Pig Zhu walked over and reached out to grab the little boy. The little girl beside him tightly hugged him. Her eyes were tightly closed, tears constantly flowing out. Little sister, let go. He won't kill me. The little boy earnestly said. He pushed away the little girl. Strong Pig Zhu grinned. Of course. You are the biggest piece of gold in my business. I can't bear to kill you. Strong Pig Zhu turned and smiled. Everyone, please take a good look. I will soon reveal just why this nine-tailed demon fox brother and sister set such a high price. As he spoke, he lifted a finger and pointed at the slave collar. Bang! A terrifying vicious energy and resentment erupted from the little boy's body. His fair face twisted and his eyes filled with cruelty and destruction. A crimson red-eyed nine-tailed demon fox phantom appeared above his head. It lowered its head and bit down at him. Strong Pig Zhu coldly snorted. He tightened his grip on the little boy's neck and simultaneously stimulated the slave collar's strength. The nine-tailed demon fox phantom dissipated with a loud crack. The little boy's face was deathly pale. His body trembled and he was soaked in sweat. Demonic power flooding the body, bloodline gathering. A demon cried out involuntarily. His eyes fell on the little boy and little girl, a blazing heat in his eyes. Shwa, the complexions of the many demons changed at the same time. Strong Pig Zhu gave a thumbs up and laughed. Customer has good eyesight. That's right, after we spent a great deal of money to appraise them, we have determined that this is indeed the situation this customer described. He looked around at the crowd and saw the burning passion in their eyes. The smile on his face grew brighter. About half a month ago, a rather famous slave-catching team had already agreed to keep this secret for them, so their names were hidden and no longer mentioned. In short, this group of damned scoundrels had extremely good luck. They discovered a village where the nine-tailed demon fox race lived in seclusion. Everyone knows that the nine-tailed demon race was once an existence comparable to the royal family. Even though they have declined, whether it is the men or women of this race, they are still the most sought-after top goods in the slave market. Each one of them can be sold for a high price, but this group of scoundrels, perhaps because their hands were stained with too much blood, they were finally abandoned by the will of the abyss. When they broke into this village, they encountered the desperate resistance of the nine-tailed demon fox. As for the specific process, although I didn't personally experience it, based on my understanding of those scoundrels, for them to still reveal expressions of fear after telling their story, it must have been extremely terrifying. Strong Pig Zhu loosened his hand and threw the boy behind him. He pointed at them and said, "In the end, the slave hunters suffered heavy casualties. They killed all the 9-tailed demon foxes in the village, whether they were men or women, without exception. Then, in the center of the village, in a small temple that seemed to be used for sacrifices, they caught these two little things." As night fell, the slave hunters who had suffered disastrous losses welcomed true terror. These two little fellows nearly wiped out the entire slave hunters. In the end, they couldn't bear it any longer and fainted from the excessive strength in their bodies. Only then were they captured once more. As for the wound on my body, it was caused by a moment of carelessness when I was helping him put on the slave collar. Strong Pig Zhu sucked in a deep breath. Now I have clearly explained their origins and conditions. Everyone here should know the value of these two little things, right? It can be said that their bloodline talent has reached an inconceivable level. As long as they grow up, they will surely become demon generals. In fact, they even have a good chance of attacking the demon commander realm. To tell the truth, I had thoughts of keeping them here, but in the end I gave up on such a tempting idea. Perhaps I might be able to control demon general level slaves, but if they are demon commanders, disregarding whether or not they will betray me in the future, just the fact that they are treasured is enough to make me suffer the consequences. Thinking about it, those scoundrels of the slave hunters that sold them to me also had similar thoughts in their hearts. He stretched out a hand and raised 2 fingers. In order to purchase them, I paid a great price. The slave collars on these 2 little things' necks, as well as the wound I received, all of this will be included in the cost. So, they set the price at 20 million demon crystals. Moreover, I ask all of you to listen carefully. 20 million for 1 person and 40 million for 2 people. Whoosh minus 40 million demon crystals. Even in the main auction house, this was a massive amount of money, let alone in the slave market where profits were low but quick. It was simply shocking. Many demons widened their eyes as if they were looking at a madman. They looked at Strong Zhu, who had raised 2 fingers. But the ground beneath their feet seemed to take root as they stood there motionlessly. Good goods had a good price. 40 million demon crystals sounded unbelievable, but one could come to a conclusion after thinking about it. This price wasn't particularly exaggerated. The market price of a demon general level slave was around 3 to 5 million demon crystals. As mentioned before, an ordinary demon general would have a wealth of around 1 million demon crystals. But wealth and life were clearly not equal. Even if you gave them 5 million demon crystals, a demon general wouldn't die. But as long as you spent these demon crystals to buy a demon general level slave, you could do whatever you wanted. You could choose from all sorts of unique skills, so this price was relatively reasonable. The 2 9-tailed demon fox clan boys and girls, although they were weak, they had superb growth potential. Just now, after the boy removed his slave collar and released his aura, it wasn't difficult to determine that he had the potential to attack the demon commander realm. And a demon commander level slave was priceless. They rarely appeared in the slave market, and even if they did, they would quickly be bought by powerful buyers. It had to be known that this was a demon commander that stood above all others. Besides the abyssal demon kings, they stood at the peak of the abyssal demon race. They represented endless wealth and power. 20 million demon crystals to buy a slave that had a chance of becoming a demon commander in the future. This could be considered a great gamble. But as long as they won, they would gain 10 times or even 100 times the profit. Nearly the entire slave market was drawn in. The air fell deathly silent, and the eyes of many demons were filled with uncertainty. Even if they only bought one, it would still cost 20 million demon crystals. This decision wasn't so easy to make. Mianya had a nervous expression. She glanced at Qin Yu from time to time, but she didn't dare to say anything. 40 million demon crystals far surpassed the limits of what she could bear. Only Qin Yu could buy them. 40 million demon crystals, I want these two little things. A charming voice suddenly sounded out in everyone's ears. The silent slave market immediately exploded into an uproar. Someone really bid. Mian Ya's eyes widened and her face paled. Zhu Daqiang pointed a finger. Good. This guest has bid 40 million. Is there any other guest who is interested? The rules of our slave market are that the price is the base price. But if more than one guest takes a liking to the same source of goods, they can bid and compete. The crowd parted to two sides. A demon woman with an enchanting body and lustful eyes walked out. Her big eyes fell on Zhu Daqiang as the corners of her lips curled up. Oh, I really want to know which big brother will try to steal these two little things from me. Her eyes swept over the audience. As the demons saw her, their complexions changed. 13, madam. It's actually that woman. This is troublesome. Many demons frowned, secretly regretting their decision. If they knew this would happen, they would have been more decisive and made a bid ahead of time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in the same situation where they were all swept away by this woman. As for competing with her, forget it. Wasn't it better to be alive? Why did they have to seek death? This was Spring Wind 13, madam. In 5 Elements City, there was a spring wind embroidery shop. Although the proprietress was very beautiful, her business was very ordinary. But many years had passed and this embroidery shop was still doing well. There was no sign of it going out of business. The reason why this embroidery shop was famous was not because it was still alive despite its poor business, but because it was still safe and sound after a great storm. No one knew what caused the disturbance back then, and no one knew how the matter was resolved in the end. But the 13 big families in the east of the city had been deserted until now. Not even a branch family could escape. That was how 13 Madam became famous. She was called Spring Wind 13 Madam, the owner of an embroidery shop. At the same time, she was one of the most dangerous existences in 5 Elements City. No one knew exactly how vicious she was, but the 13 clans that had been cleanly slaughtered seemed to be the best proof of that. Chapter 1076. Strong Zhu revealed a reluctant expression. If it was 40 million demon crystals, it was impossible for him to make a loss. In fact, he could even make a considerable profit. But who would complain about having too many demon crystals? Even if it was another 50 to 70 million demon crystals, he could still carry it away. But he had heard of Spring Wind 13th Lady's reputation. This incomparably charming beauty had a great backer behind her. As for which backer it was, although there was no confirmation, it was undoubtedly a powerful one. Now that she had spoken, even if others wanted to bid, they might not dare to do so. Ha, what a mistake! If he knew this would happen, he would have set the starting price higher. Lady 13th Lady covered her mouth and giggled, revealing her amorous charm. It seems that no one is willing to compete with me today. Then, I must thank everyone here for letting me win. She looked over and said, Boss, let's make the transaction. Strong Zhu squeezed out a smile. Just as he was about to nod, someone suddenly spoke up, 41 million. Someone bid. Strong Zhu was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure. His eyes widened and a hint of joy flashed in them. He never thought that there would be someone in 5 Elements City who wasn't afraid of Lady 13th Lady. Wasn't he worried that this woman would chew him to pieces? But whether or not his bones were crushed had nothing to do with him. Earning more demon crystals was the most important thing. 41 million. Zhu Daqiang chuckled a few times. Sure, San, it's not that I don't want to make a deal immediately, but you also know the rules of our slave market. I still want to make a living here, so I don't dare to break them. You see, those in the slave trade all had hands stained with blood and were cruel and merciless characters. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Spring Wind 13th Lady is indeed terrifying, but as long as we don't provoke her first, we don't need to fear her. Lady 13 glanced at Zhu Daqiang, who had a fake smile on his face. She smiled and said, "Of course. I won't let boss offend everyone over such a small matter." She turned and looked him up and down. Her smile became even more charming. "Little brother, you look unfamiliar. Where are you from? Why are you making things difficult for big sister?" Qin Yu had a calm expression. "Boss, I bid a higher price. If no one follows, will these two little things belong to me?" The corners of strong Pig Zhu's eyes jumped up. He glanced at Qin Yu, thinking that he really couldn't tell that this boy was actually quite the character. He actually dared to look down on Spring Breeze 13th lady. This kind of blatant disregard was no different from a direct slap in the face. He forced a smile. At this moment, he would not speak casually. Although he was not afraid of Lady 13, he could not offend her for no reason. The expressions of the surrounding devils also changed slightly, and they subconsciously took a few steps back, clearly worried that they would be affected. "Haha, what an interesting young man. Truly interesting." Lady 13's smile became even more charming, and her eyes seemed to be watering. 42 million. Her bright eyes fell on Qin Yu, as if she had seen something very interesting. 45 million. Qin Yu met her gaze with a calm expression. Lady 13 blinked her eyes. "Little brother, everyone worked hard to earn these magical crystals. Why don't you cherish them? Why don't you yield to me today? Once this matter is over, I will naturally give you a reward that will satisfy you." There seemed to be something wrong with this topic. Although Lady 13 seemed charming and unrestrained, in all these years he had never heard of anyone who could become her guest. The surrounding devils all had strange complexions. They thought that this vicious and crazy woman, could it be that she had taken a liking to this boy? 50 million. Qin Yu looked at her as if he were looking at air. In truth, he could only use this method of ignoring her to prevent himself from revealing more of his emotions. This was because this woman in front of him exuded a thick and nearly tangible smell of blood. It was far too pungent, causing him to instinctively feel disgusted. If he looked at her for too long, he feared that he wouldn't be able to control himself and reveal emotions that he shouldn't have. Mianya seemed to be able to feel this woman's blood energy. Her face paled and her body shivered. Her eyes were filled with hostility. Lady 13's eyes suddenly fell on her. Her lips curved up in a smile. "Little brother, how about we make an exchange? I'll give these two little things to you and I'll pay you an additional 20 million demon crystals. In return, you give this girl beside you to me. How about it?" Mianya's heart tightened. She subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. He didn't refuse. He actually didn't refuse right away. Could it be that he was considering it? 20 million demon crystals, if it was used to buy beauties, he could buy at least several hundred of them. Moreover, they would be of different abyssal races with different tastes. Although she was from the nine-tailed demon fox clan and her appearance was outstanding and she wasn't weak, in front of Qin Yu, she could only play the role of warming his bed. Moreover, he simply didn't take a liking to her. During this period of time, she had tried to seduce him several times, but he hadn't responded at all. Using her to exchange for 20 million demon crystals, no, it wasn't just that. Without her, Qin Yu had no reason to buy the nine-tailed demon fox clan's two little fellows. Perhaps he would be able to earn another sum of demon crystals if he sold them. Like this, he could earn demon crystals and also avoid unnecessary trouble. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed like a very good deal. Mianya's complexion paled even further. A pleading look appeared in her eyes. Tiny beads of sweat dripped down the tip of her nose. This damned woman, after being messed around with by Lady 13, she seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. Qin Yu maintained his composure. He glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and was secretly pleased. Since she dared to seduce him, then he would make her suffer a bit. As Lady 13 saw Qin Yu remain silent, a happy light flashed in her eyes. She took 2 steps forwards and said, "Little brother, no matter what this transaction is, you won't lose out, or perhaps you can even give me these 2 little children, then I can pay you an additional 20 million demon crystals." Shua Mian Ya's complexion paled and her body swayed. She never thought that this woman would actually speak of the thing she feared the most. As long as he handed her over, he would be able to obtain 40 million demon crystals. Gulp. It was unknown who it was, but someone subconsciously gulped. This boy's woman was indeed beautiful, but when a woman was placed together with demon crystals, especially 40 million, did this choice even need to be said? Taking 2 more steps forwards, Lady 13's face flushed red. "What, little brother isn't satisfied? You really are greedy. How about I accompany you for 2 more days after the transaction is completed?" This was no longer a hint, but a clear attempt to seduce him. Heavens! Although Spring Breeze 13th Lady was frightening and vicious, her beauty couldn't be discounted at all. She was like a beautiful black rose covered in poisonous thorns. Now, she actually agreed to give herself to him. Who could resist such temptation? Qin Yu suddenly took a step back and raised his hand to cover his nose. Looking at the approaching Lady 13, his eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. He thought to himself, "You can talk, but why are you so close? The smell is too pungent. I can't bear it." He originally wanted to let Mianya suffer a bit and then teach her a lesson afterwards so that she would remember. She really didn't know how to cooperate. "Enough. I'm not interested in you, no matter who you are or what your demon crystals are." From the reactions of the surrounding people, Qin Yu could roughly guess that this so-called Spring Wind Lady 13 was a woman with a great background. But so what? After getting rid of the will of the abyss, and with Old Fox, Hei Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon following him, as long as he wasn't facing an Abyssal Demon King, he had nothing to fear. And would an Abyssal Demon King be with this disgusting woman who reeked of blood? Haha, it wasn't that Qin Yu looked down on her, but this woman really didn't have a chance. This was because he could feel that the smell of blood on her was because she had fused with part of the Abyssal source. As for the Abyssal Demon Kings, to them, if this woman came even a little closer, they would be so disgusted that they wouldn't be able to eat. "You!" Lady 13's expression froze, and her eyes turned cold. "It seems that little brother is very confident. Then let's each make a bid." She stretched out a finger. 80 million. I must take these 2 little 9-tailed demon fox with me. Qin Yu glanced at the boy and girl, who kept looking at Mianya with a hint of excitement. His lips curled up into a cold smile. 100 million. He paused, rubbed his eyebrows and continued, "Not a total of 100 million, but for the 2 of them. I bid 100 million each." Zhu Daqiang's vision went black, and he fell on his back with a plop, but in the next second, he stood up with a speed that was completely inconsistent with his body size, and his whole face was flushed with excitement. Customer, you must know, although we are selling our slaves, the Netherworld platform has a commission. You cannot bid so casually." His teeth chattered as he stared at Qin Yu, afraid that he would hear a sorry from Qin Yu's mouth. 200 million. If the deal is done, it will be delivered soon. Qin Yu's voice was calm, but in truth, he was a little excited. Although he didn't care about things like magic crystals, being in the abyss, he had a general understanding of their purchasing power. Naturally, he understood that the light words 200 million magic crystals were not something that could be described as spending a fortune. But since it wasn't something that belonged to him, he didn't feel bad spending it. Another subconscious thought was, Liao sure can spend it, so why can't I spend it? The entire audience was deathly silent. In the slave market, the Netherworld platform demons responsible for maintaining order quickly rushed over, their faces filled with excitement. 200 million magic crystals. Although it wasn't much compared to today's total, it had already broken the record for a single transaction since the opening of the slave market. Of course, excitement was excitement. They still had to verify the purchasing power of this young man in front of them, lest they become a joke. All the honored guests that entered the auction house today, whether they were in the main hall or the branch hall, had already made records in advance. Occasionally there would be some that were missed, but as the auction progressed, the records would be added. Soon, the netherworld platform demons that maintained order in the slave market obtained the information they wanted. The guest in front of them had come from the main hall. Moreover, it was the young lady that had bid 100 million for the hill troll demon's blood. Although the blood had been bought by Lonbo for 200 million, the previous series of auctions and the appearance of the crystal card were enough to prove Liao Shi's wealth. As a fellow traveler, Qin Yu was naturally trustworthy. Greetings, esteemed guest. Thank you for visiting the slave auction branch. I'm in charge today, and I'd like to confirm one last time with you. Are you sure you want to buy these 2 nine-tailed magic fox slaves for 200 million magical crystals? Qin Yu nodded. The man took a deep breath and looked at Lady 13. It was clear that as long as she didn't continue bidding, the transaction would be completed. Lady 13's charming face was now purple and green. The words that she had said before were now ruthlessly thrown back at her own face. However, she had no choice but to endure this humiliation, no matter how much she wanted to endure it. It wasn't that Lady 13 couldn't afford to take out 200 million magic crystals, but using such a large amount had already surpassed her highest authority. Lady 13's eyes were filled with hatred. She looked deeply at Qin Yu, and then her lips moved, revealing a beautiful smile. "Little brother, perhaps we will meet again." With these words, she turned and left. At this moment, Qin Yu's body suddenly stopped. He frowned, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Then, it immediately disappeared. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Lady 13's back, and loudly said, "I think it's best if we don't meet again in the future, otherwise you will definitely regret it." Lady 13's figure paused for a moment. She turned around and laughed like a flower. "I said before that little brother was interesting, but only now do I realize that you are more interesting than the average person, far more interesting. Then, we will meet again if there is a chance." What followed next was incomparably smooth. Old Fox rushed over on his own initiative. After paying the magic crystals, the 2 nine-tailed demon fox boys and girls wearing slave collars ran over to Myanya's side. They each grabbed one of her hands, their expressions both nervous and happy. Strong Zhu, who had been hit in the head by a super meat pie, waved his hand again and again, saying that he would also give the collars to the honored guest, and that there was no need to be polite. What nonsense, such a great customer, such an honored guest who had thrown out so much money, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to even kneel down and curry favor with him. Didn't he see all those people around him? They were all so envious that their eyes had turned into rabbit eyes. Ha ha ha, after today's auction, I, Strong Zhu, will surely become famous. Qin Yu nodded. He turned and said, "Let's go." Old Fox fell behind. He looked at the 2 little guys and then at Qin Yu, and he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Since Qin Yu was together with Teacher Liao, how could he not have his own methods? This level of spending magic crystals was simply a mountain higher than a mountain. These 2 little nine-tailed demon foxes, even if they had a bit of potential, how could they be worth 200 million magic crystals? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. Heartache, it was more or less a bit. After all, he had toiled his entire life, and the amount of magic crystals he had accumulated was less than 200 million. That was nearly half of what he had spent. But thinking about it, it was a good thing that Qin Yu was willing to spend the magic crystals. With Qin Yu's personality, the more magic crystals he spent, the more he would remember him. In the future, perhaps with a single thought, Qin Yu would give him an unexpected return. Thinking of this, Old Fox felt much better. His puzzlement and heartache completely vanished. He looked left and right. He couldn't help but wonder if he should persuade Qin Yu to continue strolling around and buy a few more slaves that were pleasing to the eye. Because of the previous delay, when they returned to the main venue, the auction was already coming to an end. At this moment, the item being auctioned seemed to be a demonic artifact once used by an abyssal demon king. It was so powerful that it attracted intense competition. Teacher Liao was not interested in this and didn't intend to bid. He glanced at Qin Yu and said, "It feels good to spend a lot of magic crystals, right?" Qin Yu sat down and nodded. When it didn't involve his secrets, it was better to be honest. Curling his lips, Teacher Liao glanced at the two little guys and said, "You have a good eye. This magic crystal is worth it. Let's go back and watch the auction first." Qin Yu was very curious about why Teacher Liao had asked him to provoke Spring Breeze 13th Lady. But this really wasn't the place to talk. He nodded, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes, not saying anything else. However, Teacher Liao, who had previously said that he couldn't use any power, was now able to send him a voice transmission. Did he adapt to the rules of the abyss, or did this matter have some hidden meaning that he didn't know? Chapter 1077. The Netherworld platform's auction would continue for the entire night. According to the progress of the auction, it might even be delayed until noon the next day. To the energetic demons, this clearly wasn't a burden at all. But Liao sure didn't seem to be in a good mood. Every now and then, she would yawn several times. After sitting for a while longer, she felt her eyelids start to struggle. Qin Yu frowned and said, "If you are too tired, let's go." Liao sure weakly nodded. "All right, let's go back to sleep." Old Fox, He Tiangang, and the others didn't have any objections to this. They all stood up and left. The witch that was serving them revealed a nervous expression. She hurriedly followed them and said, "Honored guests, the finale item of this auction hasn't come on stage yet. It would be a pity to leave." The several guests she was responsible for were already listed as the most honored guests. But, as the auction was about to enter its climax, they actually chose to leave early. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, anyone with a brain would know that this wasn't a result she could control. But while this was the truth, it was inevitable that she would suffer a loss. It might even affect the rewards she received after the auction. The witch was anxious. She looked at Qin Yu with a pleading look in her eyes, hoping that he would stop. But it was clear that her pleading didn't have any effect. Qin Yu was expressionless and didn't even glance at her. The witch had a bitter look in her eyes. After determining that she couldn't reverse the situation, she hurriedly reported this matter through an internal communication demonic artifact. Before Liao Shi and Qin Yu reached the exit, several demons from the Netherworld platform rushed over. The witch quickly introduced them. They were all high-level figures of the Netherworld platform. "Thank you, honored guests, for visiting the Netherworld platform. This is a small gift, but I hope you can accept it." One of the demons smiled. His manner was gentle, like a spring breeze. Another demon explained, "There are 2 tokens inside that represent the status of honored guests. With these, you don't need to buy an admission ticket and can directly obtain the qualifications to enter the inner field." Seeing Liao Shi's dispirited expression, Qin Yu nodded. Old Fox stepped forward and accepted it. Both sides exchanged some pleasantries. The other party was a bit perceptive and took his leave. But before they could continue, someone else rushed over and asked them to wait for a while. "This lowly one pays respects to young Miss Liao Shi. My young master still has to participate in the auction and is unable to personally escort you away, but he asked me to give this to you." The devilish guard bowed respectfully and offered a jade tube with both hands. It was filled with scarlet blood. Although it wasn't full, it was at least half full. Liao Shi's face flushed red as he hid away the fatigue on his face. He glanced at Zhang Xian and asked, "This is?" The demon guard said, "The blood of a hill troll. My young master said that he only needs half, and the other half is for young Mississippi." As he spoke, he could not help but sigh in amazement. The young master was indeed the young master. His generosity was beyond their imagination. This seemingly inconspicuous half-tube of blood was worth 100 million magical crystals. He had casually given away such a precious object. At this time, he held his hands in his palms, his heart constantly shaking. He feared that if he wasn't careful, he would break this jade tube. At that time, even if he was skinned alive and refined into oil, he still wouldn't be able to make up for even 1% of the loss. Luckily, Liao Shi didn't leave him in fear for too long. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Tell your young master that the blood of a hill troll is indeed useful to me. I will accept it. He Tiangang stepped forward and took the jade tube. The demon guard let out a breath of relief. He hurriedly bowed. Yes, then I will go and report. He turned and quickly left. Looking at his receding figure, Liao Shi's eyebrows arched up. He looked at Qin Yu and said, Did you see that? This is called charm. Qin Yu had no expression. He lightly said, I don't know if it's charm or not, but if you continue to stubbornly persist like this, there will definitely be problems. Liao Shi curled his lips and didn't say anything else. He stretched and turned. Let's go, let's hurry back and sleep. Liao Shi had been full of vigor just a moment ago, but after leaving the netherworld platform, she became weak and listless. She walked as if she would fall over at any moment. Qin Yu glanced at her and then turned around to give some orders. Old Fox nodded and left, quickly finding a carriage. He helped Liao Shi up. Just as Qin Yu sat down, Liao Shi's head tilted to the side and she leaned over, muttering that she was too tired and wanted to sleep first. Just as she finished speaking, without even pausing for a second, she began to breathe evenly. She had actually fallen asleep like this. Could it be that she had been so engrossed in reading all sorts of random books during the day that her mind had been exhausted? But with Liao Shi's performance, such a small matter shouldn't have exhausted her to such an extent. Subconsciously, Qin Yu thought back to how Liao Shi had fainted twice for no reason. He frowned, a trace of worry in his eyes. This woman, just what was she hiding? 10 days later, why did she have to wait 10 days before telling him everything? Could it be that this period of time had some special meaning to her? After thinking about it for a long time, Qin Yu couldn't come up with anything. He could only suppress his thoughts and look down at Liao Shi's pale face. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't move her to the side. The carriage quietly drove forward. Old Fox and He Tiangang glanced at each other, worry in their eyes. There seemed to be something wrong with Miss Liao Shi's condition, but they couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. As their thoughts raced, the two old demons simultaneously thought of the abyssal demon dragon elder Alpha who had left. Could this matter be related to him? Should they warn Qin Yu? But with Qin Yu's strength and his relationship with Miss Liao Shi, he should know more than them. Shadowless Demon was like a real shadow, shuttling back and forth through the darkness of Five Elements City, clearing away demon after demon that tried to approach. After showing off in the netherworld platform and throwing out hundreds of millions of demonic crystals, he naturally drew covetous eyes. Those with many demonic crystals were usually strong and had deep background. This was enough to scare away the vast majority of demons that harbored ill intentions. But this didn't mean that they could rest easy like this. After all, even in the dark abyss, there were still those who took risks out of desperation. Wealth moved the hearts of men, this was a universal truth. But these people were doomed to bump into an iron plate. No, it should be said that they had bumped into an incomparably majestic mountain of iron and stone that pierced into the clouds. As long as they bumped into it, they were doomed to have their heads split apart and die with a loud crack. They would never be able to escape unscathed. Shadowless Demon's entire figure was covered in black robes. The only thing that was revealed was his icy cold eyes, without the least bit of emotion. He was like a death god that walked in the darkness, coldly and cruelly harvesting lives. After a moment, they smoothly arrived at the inn. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He reached out and picked up Liao Shi. She was tall and had a bit of body to her. Qin Yu had personally witnessed this with his own eyes. But now that he picked her up, she was unexpectedly light. She was like a paper person that could be blown away by a gust of wind. Just as he was about to get off the carriage, Liao Shi groaned twice in his arms. She slowly opened her eyes and patted Qin Yu. "Put me down." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. "Are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fierce. Liao Shi steadied herself and stretched her body. She looked out the window and said, "We arrived so quickly?" Qin Yu nodded. "If you're fine, let's get off the carriage. We can go back and rest early." "Rest?" Liao Shi shook her head. "That's impossible. I've already slept. How could I waste my life on something as luxurious as this?" She patted her cheeks, and her face instantly flushed red. Her eyes regained their vigor. She turned around to look at the two nine-tailed Magic Fox clan virgin boys and girls who had already fallen asleep beside Mianya. They won't be able to hold on for much longer in their current state. Let's make our move quickly. After all, we've spent 200 million demon crystals. We can't just let it go to waste. Mianya stiffened. Her eyes widened. "Miss, they Liao Shi humphed. As someone from the same clan, can't you sense the danger these two little fellows are facing? Put away your wishful thinking. This is a strength that surpasses their limits. If you don't extract it as soon as possible, the only fate that awaits them is a loud bang and they will explode into pieces." She curled her lips and was the first to open the carriage door. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. As expected, Liao Shi had also realized the reason why he didn't hesitate to spend demon crystals to buy these two little fellows. He turned to look at the dazed Mianya. Qin Yu didn't say anything else. He stood up and left the carriage. He hoped that this woman was smart enough to understand the current situation and not try to do anything stupid. A moment later, Liao Shi, Qin Yu, and the others arrived at the independent courtyard that they had reserved. On the day of the Netherworld Platform's auction, they were still able to temporarily move in. This sort of high-quality and private independent courtyard was a result of the power of the demon crystals and Old Fox's outstanding communication skills. It was unknown what Mianya had done, but the two little nine-tailed demon fox clan fellows had fallen into a deep slumber. They were placed on the soft carpet on the ground, but they still didn't show any signs of waking up. She turned and knelt on the ground, a pleading look in her eyes. "Miss Liao Shi, Sir Qin Yu, I know that these two are slaves that you spent demon crystals to buy. You have the absolute right and qualifications to deal with them as you please. But I beg of you, if possible, please spare their lives." This woman, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, his heart shaking. When she had fallen into his hands in Giant Deer City, and was forced to reveal information about the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror, although she couldn't withstand the torment and had submitted in a pitiful manner, she had never displayed such a pitiful attitude. It seemed that she really did care about the life and death of these two little fellows. Liao Shi waved his hand. He impatiently said, "Crying and crying is so annoying. In this world, besides those that live forever, who can escape death? If you can't even see through this, then don't even think about having any great achievements in your life." Qin Yu glanced at Mianya, whose face was deathly pale and whose eyes were filled with despair. His lips twitched and he said, "Don't worry. What we want to extract is only the uncontrollable strength in their bodies. We won't harm the lives of these two little fellows." With Liao Shi's personality, if it was something that couldn't be avoided, she wouldn't bother explaining. She said so much. Although it seemed cold and distant, it actually represented hope. Mianya's eyes brightened. "Is what you say true?" Qin Yu asked, but his eyes subconsciously and nervously fell on Liao Shi. Yes. But if you continue to be so long-winded, I might get annoyed and change my mind." Liao Shi glared at Qin Yu, but there wasn't much fierceness in his eyes. Instead, there was an indescribably complex emotion. This stinky brat seemed to understand her very well. Ah, yes, I won't say anything else. I'll leave now. Mianya was startled and quickly stood up. She glanced at the two unconscious little fellows one last time, clenched her teeth, and left. Even Old Fox and Hei Tiangang weren't allowed to stay here. She was well aware of her own limitations. The door closed and the aura inside and outside was isolated. Qin Yu directly said, I just feel that the strength in these two little fellows is attracting me. But I still need you to tell me what to do. Liao Shi's lips curled up. Now you know who is the most important person to you, the one you can't do without? When you were bickering with me before, you weren't this obedient. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. You and I both know that these two little fellows are in a poor state. Moreover, the slave collars around their necks have stimulated the strength in their bodies. They are like two giant firecrackers that might explode at any moment. If you want to play with your mouth, then once this matter is over, I will accompany you to the end. But for now, shouldn't we finish our proper business first? Liao Shi glared at him and humphed. Then you better remember that you owe me another favor. Qin Yu nodded. I will. Liao Shi curled her lips. She said something perfunctory in a low voice, but she didn't argue any further. She directly said, the method is very simple. Use the blood refining technique to extract the demonic bloodline within their bodies and take that unstable strength for your own use. Originally, if you didn't care about their lives, this would be very simple. You would just need to roughly and forcefully extract it and the final effect would be perfect. But who asked you to talk so much? If you want to protect their lives, you will need to expend a bit more effort. Qin Yu nodded without expression. I will do as you say. If you don't have such intentions, I can say it for you. But at this time, there is no need to argue with her. Moreover, violent and forceful. This adjective was a little confusing and awkward. But at this time, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Liao Shi's attitude towards the abyssal creatures seemed a bit inappropriate. As mortal enemies of flesh and blood, they were two sides that couldn't coexist. Once they met, they would instinctively feel a sense of disgust and hostility towards each other. Only by destroying the other would this end. Liao Shi's actions seemed a bit too kind. Moreover, unknowingly, Qin Yu had to admit that he had also been affected. Wouldn't this be a problem? After all, the abyss was destined to be a part of their lives. In the end, they would have to find a way to return to the world of the living. A puzzled look appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Whatever, he would consider these things later. Liao Shi's eyes flashed. She glanced at Qin Yu, seeming to sense something. Then, she suddenly said something inexplicable. Sometimes your eyes, your feelings, and even your personal experiences are all deceiving you. The truth might not be like that. Before Qin Yu could ask, she waved her hand. I'm just speaking some nonsense, so don't take it to heart. Even if you do, I won't be able to explain it to you. You can go see for yourself later. Now, restrain your thoughts and do as I say. Remember, you must be careful. Otherwise, if the speed of your swallowing is just a bit too fast, these two fragile little things will be sucked dry by you. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He took a deep breath and nodded. Now, let's begin. Liao Shi walked over and wrapped her arms around Qin Yu's waist, pressing her entire body against him. Oh, when he was hugging her, it felt as if she was a paper doll. Now that he was so close to her, he could confirm that it was just an illusion. In this world, how could there be such a turbulent paper? 2 hours later, Qin Yu's entire body was soaked in sweat. His face was pale and he finally took a few steps back. Liao Shi's long dress was also drenched in sweat, and he released his grip and turned around with a cold smile on his face. If it weren't for your soft-heartedness, how could a simple engulfment have become so difficult? This is a warning to you. You absolutely cannot be a good person, otherwise you might end up ruining yourself one day. Her tone was nasty and her mouth was unforgiving. But right now, her face was covered in a thin layer of red. Her sweat-soaked dress clung tightly to her body. Not only did it perfectly outline her figure, but it also gave off a slightly transparent feeling. Liao Shi clenched his teeth. He felt that he had suffered a great loss this time. But the truth was that Qin Yu's mind had been severely exhausted. He was in no mood to feel or look at anything. He took a few deep breaths. When his condition stabilized, he squatted down and checked the condition of the two nine-tailed demon foxes. Luckily, although they were a bit weak, their auras were stable. The demon bloodline in their bodies was almost completely preserved. Of course, it was impossible to say that there were no accidental injuries. But in their condition, being able to survive was already the greatest fortune. Qin Yu wasn't going to create a bit of guilt in his heart because of this. He let go and turned around. Liao Shi, thank you for this time. I will go and recover first. You should also rest. Qin Yu held one fox in each hand and pushed open the door. He handed them over to Mianya, who was waiting anxiously outside. He nodded and did not give her a chance to speak. He returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. He resisted the dizziness and discomfort and mobilized the demonic energy in his body to recover. He had to admit that the abyssal demons had a strong ability to adapt and recover. Perhaps this was related to the harsh environment of the abyss. An hour later, although Qin Yu's complexion was still pale, the discomfort he felt had mostly disappeared. Qin Yu let out a breath and opened his eyes. A hint of joy appeared on his face. His intuition was right. After extracting the strength of the two nine-tailed demon foxes through the blood refinement technique, he had obtained a great harvest. Because Liao Shi had helped him obtain Mianya's blood, Qin Yu had deceived everyone and broken through the restrictions of the Thousand Illusion Magic Mirror and completely recognized it as its master. Thus, the true body of the Abyssal Titan could be preserved. At first, Qin Yu did not notice anything. But not long after, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The Thousand Illusion Magic Mirror had recognized him as its master and helped Qin Yu permanently solidify the true body of the Titan. But Liao Shi's ability to create an avatar through the Thousand Illusion Magic Mirror seemed to be in a dormant state in Qin Yu's perception. In other words, after the Thousand Illusion Magic Mirror had recognized him as its master, it seemed to have come back to its senses. What was done could not be undone, so it simply sealed off part of its abilities. If that was all, Qin Yu might not have cared too much. After all, he had never intended to cultivate an avatar. But the Thousand Illusion Magic Mirror involved the permanent solidification of the Titan's true body, and the Titan's true body was his strongest trump card in the abyss. Of course, he could not allow any accidents to occur in this aspect. Thus, even if there were no other problems with the Thousand Illusion Magic Mirror, Qin Yu still had to find a way to eliminate this hidden danger. But now, after extracting the strength of the two little foxes, this hidden danger had finally disappeared. The Thousand Illusion Magic Mirror's ability to cultivate avatars was now open to Qin Yu. He could clearly sense that as long as he wanted to, he could duplicate a part of his soul and aura, creating an avatar that was connected to his main body and could be completely controlled. This was good. As for avatars, he could think about them in the future. At least for now, Qin Yu did not have such plans. Liao Shi including this time, it seemed that he owed her more and more favors. But there was no problem. Once he learned her secret, Qin Yu would naturally find an opportunity to repay her. The 10-day agreement had passed today. In other words, there were still 2 more days before she would come clean. Qin Yu had to admit that he was looking forward to this matter. No, to be more precise, he was looking forward to it very, very much. Chapter 1078. After the auction ended, Lan Bo walked out of the Netherworld platform in high spirit. There was not the slightest hint of dispiritedness in him. His chest was brimming with pride, as if he could conquer anything in the abyss. Liao Shi had accepted the half-tube of hill troll demon blood that he had gifted to her. While this seemed ordinary, there were many deeper meanings behind it. Given Liao Shi's background and the teachings he had received from a young age, he knew what he could accept and what he had to reject. Even if he accepted a gift out of consideration, he would return the gift in the shortest time possible so as to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Liao Shi had experienced such things far too many times. Besides, even if she didn't realize it herself, the people around her would take the initiative to remind her. But even after the auction ended, there was still no news from Liao Shi. On the contrary, this did not mean anything bad. On the contrary, it was great news. It meant that she had truly accepted his gift. A gift worth 100 million demon crystals. That's right, even to the princess, 100 million demon crystals was not a small sum. Since she had accepted it, it meant that she had tacitly acknowledged that he had the right to pursue her. Lan Bo had gone through so much trouble and spared no expense in spending so many demon crystals. This was a tacit acknowledgement that he had the right to pursue her. From the looks of it, Liao Shi's impression of him was quite good. Then, next, as long as he struck while the iron was hot, he was very confident that he could conquer this noble and powerful princess. She would become a booster and springboard to increase his capital, and he would be able to touch a higher level of authority in the abyss. After boarding the carriage, Lan Bo had just sat down when the guard he had sent out hurriedly returned to report the news. After hearing the report, a strange glint flashed across his eyes, and he muttered softly, "After returning, she hasn't stepped out of her room, nor has she shown any signs of wanting to leave. Is she waiting for me to come over?" Lan Bo felt a tinge of excitement in his heart, and his face reddened slightly. He had toyed with countless women in his life, but this was the first time he had done so with such a noble status. He couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, he felt an urge to rush to the inn where Liao Shi was and further display his charm. But soon, this impulse was pushed back into the depths of his heart. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "No, now is not the time. Since I've already aroused her interest, I might as well distance myself from her and provoke her sensitive nerve. Worrying about gains and losses is the key to deepening our relationship." That's right, that was it. Lan Bo coughed softly and slowly said, "Continue to keep watch. If you discover anything, immediately report back to me." "Yes, young master." The demon race guard saluted respectfully, turned around, and hurried away. Qin Yu was also a bit surprised. After Liao Shi finished participating in the auction, he had actually locked himself up once more. Just like when he was in Four Seasons City, he was acting mysteriously. Thinking back to some of the things she had obtained at the auction, his eyebrows furrowed together. Could it be that this woman was refining potions again? As Qin Yu thought of her previous inappropriate behavior, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. He knocked on the door once, but before Qin Yu could speak, he was ruthlessly scolded. She shouted that if he disturbed her again, there would be no end to it. The hand that was knocking on the door froze. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. What problem could there be with such a powerful voice? He must have been overthinking things. Myanya was busy taking care of the 2 weak nine-tailed demon fox fellows, so she wasn't in the mood to continue wandering around in front of Qin Yu. Should he go out and take a stroll around Five Elements City? Just as this thought appeared, it was immediately crushed to pieces. If he had the time, he might as well take a rest. Only after regaining his spirit would he have the strength to face whatever tricks Liao Shi might come up with. As for what those tricks were, Qin Yu didn't know yet. But if they appeared, they would definitely appear. For example, that young Master Lan Bo must be very excited right now. When he knew that he had been fooled, would he give up so easily? And there was also that Spring Breeze 13th Madam. She had lost so much face in front of everyone. If they just let things go like this, how could they establish themselves in Five Elements City in the future? Moreover, they had been away from the auction house for so long. Although the shadowless demon fox had cleaned up a lot of things, none of them had really attacked them. Although he couldn't be sure that there weren't people working for 13th Madam, at least she hadn't made a move yet. Just because she hadn't made a move didn't mean she wouldn't. It was only a matter of time. And enemies that knew how to endure were usually more difficult to deal with. Of course, Qin Yu wasn't worried about whether they were difficult or not. But if there were too many flies, they would always be annoying. His rest wouldn't be good or comfortable. So, he should take advantage of this rare moment of leisure to rest. Qin Yu hoped that Liao Shi would be able to refine the potion in one breath. After these last 2 days, she would be able to confess everything to him. But reality proved that Qin Yu's thoughts were too beautiful. This time, Liao Shi only used half a day to walk out of the room. Although she didn't ask for the result, she had a proud expression on her face. She walked with a confident expression, as if she were the second greatest in the world. It was clear that the result of the potion refining was quite good. Qin Yu asked. This woman blinked and said she wouldn't tell him. Qin Yu was so angry that he couldn't breathe and his chest heaved. You big shot, you're amazing. Refine whatever you want. Even if you want to tell me, I don't care. With a dark expression, Qin Yu asked, if there's nothing else, then hurry up and leave. I'm going to continue resting. It wasn't easy for him to raise a bit of his spirit, but after seeing this woman, it was almost all gone in the blink of an eye. Liao Shi's eyes narrowed. Her eyes swept over Qin Yu, pausing on a certain part of his lower body. What did you do while I was in seclusion? But it's only been several hours. Even if you plowed the fields without rest, with your strength, you shouldn't be so tired, right? TSK, or are you just a silver spear that looks good on the surface but is actually useless? That's too pitiful. As she spoke these last words, her eyes filled with pity as she looked at Qin Yu. She had an expression that said, I never thought you would be such a person. Qin Yu's mind went blank. What the hell was going on? Moreover, she was a woman, okay? Even if she was a big shot, her gender couldn't be changed, right? Then what are you talking about right now? Just what are you talking about? Plowing the fields, is it really appropriate for such outrageous words to come out of your mouth? And that look in your eyes, what's going on? Hurry up and put it away. Do you think I, Qin, need to prove my fierceness to you? However, the more he tried to explain, the worse things would get. Perhaps she would continue to pester him endlessly, and who knew what other horrifying topics she would spew out. Qin Yu coldly snorted and stood up to leave. If he couldn't provoke this big shot, then he would just hide. All right, I understand your difficulties. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's just a common problem that all old men have. Liao Shi's light voice sounded out from behind. When there's time, I'll refine some potions for you. Once you eat them, you'll definitely be full of vigor and vigor. Patar Qin Yu's footsteps came to a sudden stop. He looked at Old Fox across from him. This old thing's face was twisted beyond recognition. Under Qin Yu's intense gaze, he humbly lowered his head, a cold sweat dripping down his face as he fell to the ground, his bones smashed to pieces. F*ck, I didn't use the words smashed to pieces well. I have to change it right now. But I accidentally stumbled upon such an embarrassing thing. Will I really not be silenced to keep my mouth shut? Just thinking about it makes me scared. Looking at Old Fox's nervous and sweaty expression, Qin Yu didn't even need to use his fists to guess what this old fellow was thinking. His complexion immediately paled. Liao Shi. He turned around and growled, gritting his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. This damned woman, she did it on purpose. She must have done it on purpose. If Old Fox really took this matter seriously, then every time he saw Qin Yu in the future, his mind would be filled with all sorts of random thoughts. Thinking of this, Qin Yu wanted to strangle Liao Shi to death. A mistake. But Qin Yu, you can rest assured that this matter is only between the two of us. There won't be a third person who knows about it, so you can rest assured. Liao Shi guiltily chuckled a few times, and then walked away with his head lowered. I just came to tell you that the auction is over and there isn't much fun left in Five Element City. We should continue on our way. Old Fox had a panicked expression. Ah, we're leaving? Then this old servant will hurry and pack up so that I don't delay the young master and Miss Journey. After saying that, he immediately slipped away. Qin Yu raised his hand and covered his forehead. The two of you, that's enough. Hurry and pack up. What the hell do you have to pack up? However, it was true that he was going to leave Five Element City. Old Fox ran back and forth and quickly completed the checkout procedures. He climbed onto the wildebeest's back and acted as if this was something he should do and that he didn't know anything. Seeing this, He Tiangang was stunned. In order to obtain the recognition of Miss Liao Shi and Sir Qin Yu, he had actually worked so hard? As expected, this old fox was able to become the manager of a branch of Thousand Eye Hall with his weak fox bloodline. Furthermore, he even had the strength he had today. It was definitely not just luck. He Tiangang took a deep breath and revealed a solemn expression. He thought to himself, I have to work harder to show off myself. I can't lose to this old fox. In the shadow of the carriage, Shadowless Demon looked at Old Fox and then at He Tiangang, who had a solemn expression on his face. He sighed in his heart. Was the competition going to start now? It seemed that he, who walked in the darkness and had the lowest sense of existence, was at an innate disadvantage. It seemed that he had to think of a way to change his situation as soon as possible. He had to let Miss Liao Shi and Sir Qin Yu know that he was a very useful subordinate. Qin Yu walked into the carriage with a dark expression. Liao Shi quickly sat down and picked up the gorgeous book in his hands, pretending to be seriously reading it. On the side, Mianya lowered her head and brewed tea. As if she had been suffocated by the hot water, her face was slightly red. The two of them did not have any flaws, but with the temperament of children, it was impossible for them to completely hide their emotions. The two little nine-tailed demon foxes' faces were still a bit pale. Their gazes constantly fell on Qin Yu, and there was a bit of pity in their eyes. The nine-tailed demon foxes were born with intelligence. They knew what they should know and what they should not know. Of course, they knew what Liao Shi and Mianya had been whispering to each other just now. It was hard to tell that such a free and easy person with such an extraordinary aura was actually. How pitiful! Qin Yu's eyes twitched and the veins on his neck bulged. If looks could kill, Liao Shi would have been executed dozens of times over. This damned woman, just what did she say? Did she really think that just because she feared her identity, he wouldn't dare to do anything? Liao Shi, I didn't say anything. You must believe me, it was Mianya, she saw through it herself. Liao Shi said in a panic. The book in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Qin Yu almost laughed in anger. He hadn't even said anything and you already knew what was going on? If you were so capable, why didn't I see you ascend to the heavens? As for Mianya, it seemed that the lesson he used Spring Wind 13th Lady to teach her wasn't enough. He had to leave her with a deeper impression and let her understand that there were some things regarding men that could not be misunderstood or laughed at. That's right, not even a little bit. No matter who came. If one came, he would fight one. If a pair came, he would fight a pair. If a group came, he would fight a group. The carriage suddenly stopped. After a light cough, He Tiangang's voice sounded from outside the carriage. Sir, miss, we have guests. Liao Shi's eyes brightened and he glared at Qin Yu. I apologize. In the future, I won't tell anyone about this. You better cooperate with me and don't ruin my plans. After speaking, he gave Mianya a look. The nine-tailed witch felt as if she had been pardoned. Qin Yu's gaze just now had truly frightened her. She quickly got up and opened the window. Outside, another carriage was parked not too far away. Lan Bo stood outside the carriage and saw the window open. He revealed a confident smile. Miss Liao Shi, what a coincidence. We meet again. Liao Shi's expression was calm and his demeanor was dignified and noble. There wasn't any trace of his previous eccentric appearance. Seeing her putting on an act like this, Qin Yu's lips twitched. He thought that women's acting was indeed a kind of instinct. It was unbelievably powerful. If he ruined her plans and saw this woman jump up and down, as this thought raced through his mind, Qin Yu told himself to endure it. He had seen her go back and forth in the auction house and tease this person several times. No matter what the reason was, it had taken a great deal of effort. If she really exposed herself and flew into a rage out of shame, who knew what Liao Shi would do? Oh, so it's Sir Lan Bo. It is quite a coincidence that we meet today. May I ask where Sir is going? Lan Bo was overjoyed. She had taken the initiative to ask where he was going. It seemed that today's chance encounter had been very effective. They were both smart people, and it was impossible for them to meet by chance. But today they actually met again. This clearly showed that Lan Bo had taken the initiative. After the auction, he had endured it for a long time. But in the end, he couldn't hold back and ran over to meet with him on his own initiative. But he was too embarrassed to say it out loud, resulting in such an awkward chance encounter. All of this sounded a bit funny, but thinking about it carefully, one could feel how cute it was. This was the evidence of his intentions. As for women, no matter what background they had, no matter what personality they had, they would always have different attitudes towards men who cared about them. Thus, even though Liao Shi knew all of this, she didn't say it out loud and left him some face. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to ask where he was going and let this matter pass. All of this showed that things were progressing more smoothly than expected, perhaps because of her identity as a princess and her powerful background. Miss Liao Shi had never had any experience in this aspect. Therefore, the difficulty of conquering this place would be much lower than expected. To Lan Bo, this was undoubtedly the best news. On one hand, the difficulty was reduced, but on the other hand, once a woman had her first awakening of love, she would never let go. If the two of them were to be together in the future, this would inevitably play a decisive role. As his thoughts raced, Lan Bo maintained his perfect smile. I heard that a demon brother of yours had some conflict with Spring Wind, 13th Lady. This woman's background is extremely mysterious. It is naturally impossible for her to harm you, but it wouldn't be good if the mood was ruined by her. So today, allow me to escort you out of the city. Take it as repayment for your kindness in the auction house. He paused, as if afraid that Liao Shi would refuse. After all, Miss Liao Shi didn't give me a chance to retreat after the auction. Liao Shi blinked. How did you know we were going to leave the city? Lan Bo was momentarily at a loss for words. His face turned slightly red and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Just as he was stuttering, the corners of Liao Shi's mouth curled into a smile. Shortly after, he coughed lightly and said, however, I still thank young Master Lan Bo for his good intentions. Ah no, this is my honor. Then, as if afraid that she would change her mind, Lan Bo turned around and hurriedly boarded the carriage. He ordered the carriages to follow behind and the two groups, one in front and one in the back, headed towards the city gate. As he sat down in the carriage, the panic on Lan Bo's face disappeared in the blink of an eye and was replaced with a smug smile. Sure enough, women liked men who were nervous and a little panicky in front of them, and they also liked men who looked stupid. This gave them confidence and pride that they could see everything clearly and everything was in their control. Thus, it was easy for them to let down their guard and even develop a sense of sympathy and protection towards such a man. Perhaps it could be called a woman's innate motherly brilliance? Of course, titles and such had never been important. What was important was that Lan Bo discovered that he had taken a giant step towards his goal. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would be able to fulfill his wish and take that noble and proud princess into his arms. How reckless, how reckless! As Lan Bo's imagination ran wild, and he felt a fire burning in his chest, in the carriage in front of him, Liao Shi narrowed her eyes. Her lips curled up and she let out a long breath. This little thing, she really wants to die. Qin Yu looked at her. I think it's time for you to speak about some of your plans. For instance, that person following behind us. Just what do you want from him? Liao Shi rolled her eyes. Do you think my eyesight is that bad? What does he have on him that is worth me coveting? Qin Yu frowned. Then why are you doing all this? Don't tell me it's just for fun. Par two fingers snap. Liao Shi looked at Qin Yu with an expression that said, I didn't think you would be so smart. Congratulations, you've answered correctly. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. He roared out, Liao Shi. I'm speaking the truth. Can you blame me if you don't believe me? Liao Shi waved the book in his hand. This book had an even more gorgeous cover. This book describes many scenes of noble young masters teasing beautiful young girls. Although I find it refreshing to read, there is one thing that I am very dissatisfied with. Why is it that all the books are about noble young masters teasing beautiful young girls and finally making them fall hellbent on him and love him so much that they are willing to do anything for him? It's just, so, I want to speak for beautiful young girls. Qin Yu's face darkened. Speak human language. Liao Shi stood up and placed his hands on his hips. I want to let everyone know that beautiful young girls can also play with noble young masters in the palm of their hand. I want to make him feel happy just because of her smile, but also sad because of her dissatisfaction. Qin Yu was expressionless. If someone else said this, he definitely wouldn't believe them. Moreover, he might even curse out loud. Did they think he was a fool? But this person was Liao Shi. He had said many times before that this strange woman was someone that Qin Yu still hadn't been able to completely understand. Anything that happened to her, no matter what it was, wasn't necessarily impossible. Could it be that because of such an incomparably ridiculous reason, she had gone through so much trouble? Haha, she was just too bored. Qin Yu closed his eyes. Although he guessed that this matter might not be the same as what Liao Shi said, since she didn't want to say it, it was useless to ask. Once the drama began, everything would naturally become clear. With Liao Shi's personality, it was fine to play around, but he definitely didn't have much patience. Thus, Qin Yu felt that the boy called Lan Bo in the back of the carriage would at most be able to be happy for a day or two. Then, he would be ruthlessly stomped into the mud. He hoped that this fellow's expression wouldn't be too wonderful at that time. Chapter 1079. It wasn't just Liao Shi who was being watched, but Qin Yu as well. When Yi Xing left the inn, the charming spring wind 13th lady had already received the news. Her willowy eyebrows rose up and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Just as Qin Yu thought, after losing so much face in front of her, if she didn't do something about it, what status would she have in Five Elements City in the future? She had to do something, but Liao Shi and Qin Yu's origins were mysterious. Even after using some methods, 13th Lady still hadn't determined their background and origins. But in the auction house, with the strength Yi Xing displayed, even an idiot could tell that he was a hard bone to chew. If she bit him, she might even break several of her teeth. In Five Elements City, 13th Lady's own strength was clearly insufficient to make these people pay the price. Thus, if she wanted revenge, she could only borrow the strength of these people. She had already sent out information about this matter. It was just that she hadn't received a reply yet. For many years, many demons within and without Five Elements City had wanted to know just what sort of background 13th Lady had. But the truth was that this background was so terrifying that even she sometimes felt fear. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she didn't want to contact them. If it weren't for this time, she wouldn't have sent out a message on her own initiative to have them act. Of course, anger and resentment were only one aspect. The most important thing was that she could obtain enough benefits from this matter. For instance, that nine-tailed demon fox girl behind that boy. If she could seize her demonic bloodline, her strength would surely rise. In an underground chamber of the embroidery manor, a mass of demonic energy appeared out of thin air. It condensed into a ghostly face, its mouth opening and closing as it spoke, reporting to Master, "They have already left the city and are heading southwest." Lady 13 waved her hand. "Got it. Continue to keep a close watch and be careful not to be discovered." The ghostly face cackled several times. "Master, rest assured that it is impossible for them to discover me." With a light sound, the ghostly face exploded. Demonic energy tumbled around it and it vanished into thin air. The harsh environment of the abyss wasn't just words. Besides the demon cities and surrounding areas that were relatively safe, the vast abyss was a world of demon beasts. Ordinary demons wouldn't dare to travel alone unless they were confident in their own strength. Otherwise, there was an 80% chance that they would never be able to return and would end up as the flesh and blood of a magical beast. The reason why Liao Shi, Qin Yu, and the others were able to travel smoothly was due to their superior strength. The demon commander-level shadowless demon roamed around the team, cleaning up all the dangerous elements that they might encounter. Because of the mutation of the shadow demon bloodline, the shadowless demon had a super strong stealth ability, which made it easy to do these things. Moreover, in his shadowy state, he also had strong senses. Any heterogeneous magic that tried to get close to him would not be able to escape unless it was strong enough to exceed the limits of his senses. At this moment, in the shadow of a big tree, Shadowless Demon looked at the translucent shadow in front of him expressionlessly. Even though they couldn't hear his voice, this kind of sneaky behavior clearly showed that he didn't come with good intentions. If not for Liao Shi's warning earlier, the Shadowless Demon would have snapped his neck by now. "Humph humph, with just this little bit of concealment skills, you still dare to be impudent in front of me? You're simply courting death." It had happened once in 5 Elemental City, and now it was happening once more. Clearly, everything was under Liao Shi's control. He was really curious as to what Liao Shi was planning right now. But no matter what the truth was, there was one thing he was sure of. Those demons that tried to do something would suffer a miserable fate. They had already left the city, but Lan Bo didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. He kept following behind the team. The good news was that Liao Shi seemed to have tacitly agreed to this point. He didn't ask them why they didn't leave. Of course, this was good news. There was no sun or moon in the abyss, but they could still tell the time. The time when the light was the brightest was probably noon. He Tiangang heard the knocking on the carriage. He pulled slightly, and the 2 wildebeests stopped. He jumped off the carriage and said respectfully, "Sir, miss, what's the matter?" The carriage opened from the inside, and Liao Shi walked out. He raised his hand to cover his eyes and looked around. Then, he nodded slightly. "The environment here is not bad. You must be tired from the journey. Let's rest here." Qin Yu never had any opinions on such matters. Old Fox, He Tiangang, and the others wouldn't say anything either. As for the environment here being good, there was a river in front of them. The water was relatively rapid, and in addition to the low roars of water crashing into the earth, there should be a waterfall not too far away. And indeed, looking up into the distance, one could see through the branches of the trees and faintly make out the silhouette of a mountain peak that wasn't too high. Faint traces of mist lingered around it. Because there was an abundant water source and the surrounding trees were lush, there were some weak abyssal demon beasts that were drinking from the shallows of the river. Pairs of vigilant eyes locked onto this group of uninvited guests. Whoosh! At this time, the river water suddenly exploded and a large fish leapt out. Its body was over 10 feet long. It had been hidden in the water and hadn't been detected at all. Now, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. It directly bit down on a small beast that was drinking water on the shore and dragged it into the water with a splash. Blood gushed out before everything returned to normal. Qin Yu's lips twitched. If it weren't for this, this place could barely be considered a quiet and secluded place surrounded by mountains and rivers. But now, there really wasn't any sense of beauty to it. But Liao Shi clearly didn't think this way. Her eyes widened with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that her acting skills were on point, she might have jumped up and down. She turned and looked at He Tiangang. That big fish must taste very good. He Tiangang nodded. I will go catch it for Miss. As he walked to the riverside, without hesitation, he jumped in. With the previous example of catching fish and shrimp in the lake, in Liao Shi's eyes, the dignified master of Merry Forest had clearly become an excellent fisherman. Old Fox laughed as he began to arrange a temporary camp. Mianya brought the two little fellows to help. They cleared away the weeds and leveled the ground. Soon, everything seemed to be set up. Miss, what would you like to eat today? Liao Shi licked her lips. Barbecue is a must. Fresh fish skewers or something like that must taste good. As for the leftovers, we can make some fish soup. I believe that Old Fox will be able to make something delicious. After being praised, Old Fox's spirits rose. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, patting his chest and saying, Miss, don't worry. Today, have He Tiangang catch some more ingredients and I will show you my skills. And before, my clansmen sent me 2 pheasants. After I cooked them with my Fox clan's special methods, they tasted very good. They absolutely won't disappoint, Miss. Gulp, Liao Shi gulped. She waved her hand, indicating for him to hurry up and begin. When she turned around, she had restored her previous dignified appearance. Lan Bo cupped his hands together and bowed. Miss Liao Shi, are you preparing to set up camp here? There isn't anything important on this trip. I'm just taking a stroll. If Sir Lan has other matters to attend to, you may leave first. Liao Shi smiled. There haven't been any problems so far. It seems that Lady 13 has already given up on revenge. Lan Bo shook his head. Even so, I cannot be careless. I will escort Miss for a bit longer before I consider leaving. After saying that, he turned around and said, Go, help Miss Liao Shi expand the campsite and search in all directions, lest some blind demonic beasts ruin Miss Liao Shi's mood. Yes, sir. Black Armor bowed and left with his men. Although Lan Bo didn't like him, before they arrived at Dark Peak City, Black Armor was still the leader of the demon guards. As for Lan Bo, he didn't want to show any disagreements with his subordinates in front of Liao Shi. After all, strictly speaking, this could be considered a lack of leadership skills. With the help of these people, a sizable campsite was quickly organized. Qin Yu comfortably leaned back in his chair. He looked at the busy demons and then at the elegant Lan Bo who was happily chatting with Liao Shi. The corners of his mouth twitched and he immediately closed his eyes. Forget it. Although Liao Shi had done this on purpose, a fly wouldn't bite a seamless egg. If it weren't for this Lan Bo harboring evil intentions, he wouldn't have fallen into this trap. This was his own choice, so he couldn't blame others. He would just watch the show. He Tiangang walked out of the river, dripping wet. He had just eaten his fill and hadn't had time to digest the big fish on the ground. This fellow's vitality was tyrannical. Even though his head had been hammered open, he was still struggling and hadn't died yet. Old Fox chuckled and took over. He had He Tiangang grab some more ingredients and then dragged the big fish to the side to clean it. Fish skewers, fish soup, and so on were naturally not difficult for Old Fox, who had specialized in cooking. He even changed the way he took the ingredients from the big fish and made 4 or 5 different ways to eat it. This caused Lan Bo's heart to be filled with emotion. He thought that a person who could carry a magic crystal card with him was actually an old servant and a chef in front of Liao Shi. Such a simple thing showed his status and nobility. It must be known that Old Fox and He Tiangang were clearly of equal status. And before, He Tiangang gave Black Armor the feeling that he was at least a peak demon general. In other words, this old fellow who was busy preparing food was at least a demon general. Demon generals were considered low-level nobles in the abyss. Even in front of a demon general, they would receive a certain degree of courtesy and respect. Only the extremely powerful royal families of the abyss with deep backgrounds could view the devil generals as the most ordinary of servants. This was because these devil generals were originally raised from the slaves they owned and had broken through to become devil generals. Because of this, even though Old Fox and Hei Tiangang had the cultivation of demon generals, they were still willing to do the work of servants without the slightest dissatisfaction. Chapter 1080. Of course, this was all Lan Bo's own imagination, but it was indeed very appropriate. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that this was the case. Thus, Liao Shi's position in his heart became higher and higher. He became more careful with his words, trying his best to get closer to Liao Shi, but trying not to be too flattering. Women liked obedient men, but they absolutely did not like men who had no opinions of their own. They hated bootlickers who took the initiative to approach them. Otherwise, even if they were accepted for a while, they would soon get tired of it and kick him away. Just as the banquet was taking shape under Old Fox's exquisite skills, Spring Wind 13th Lady, who was in 5 Elements City, finally received the news she wanted. They had agreed to help. Actually, Lady 13th Lady was not surprised by this. After all, that girl represented a powerful demon king bloodline. For those people, this was an irresistible temptation, especially since Lady 13th Lady knew that their leader had been trying to break through his limits in recent years. And a powerful demon king bloodline would undoubtedly be a powerful booster, and it would very likely help him achieve his dream of breaking through. The corners of Lady 13th's lips curled upwards, revealing a charming yet incomparably cold smile. She stood up and slowly said, "Little brother, I've already said that we'll meet again someday. In that case, I'll see you later." Swish, demonic energy surged, and her figure disappeared on the spot. During the day, Shadowless Demon's concealment ability was somewhat affected, but he was still a top hunter. Under the black robe, his eyes turned and fell on the slowly retreating phantom not too far in front of him. "He's useless." Liao Shi's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Shadowless Demon's lips curled up, revealing a smile. He quietly followed behind the phantom, leaving the range of the camp. "A bunch of ignorant juniors, how dare you provoke my master? Today, I'll let all of you die in this wilderness." With a sinister laugh, the phantom quickly solidified, and like a water shadow, it directly turned into a human. Then, he turned his head and looked behind him. But in the next moment, this solidified demon's eyes widened in horror. This was because a pair of cold eyes were floating in the air, indifferently watching him. "You!" Before he could utter a single word, another arm appeared out of thin air and grabbed him by the neck. Then, the 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Following a soft kacha sound, terrifying mana instantly swept out. The head that was bent at a strange angle, and the light in the eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, the entire body turned into powder and completely disappeared without a trace. Have they started? Shadowless Demon licked his lips with excitement in his eyes. He needed a massacre to prove his worth. Come on, come on. However, the Shadowless Demon's excitement of going on a killing spree was suppressed as soon as it rose up. Liao Shi instructed him to hide in the shadows and not to make a move without her permission. It wasn't a good feeling to have prey in sight but be unable to make a move. But compared to young Mistress Liao's orders, it was nothing. Therefore, not long after, the first to notice that something was wrong and be attacked was a demon guard under Lan Bo's command. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream, shouting that it was a magical beast attack, and then his entire head was swallowed and chewed into pieces. Blood mixed with sticky white juice dripped from the mouth of a magical wolf and fell to the ground. The air immediately reeked of blood. The camp was alarmed, and Lan Bo's face was slightly red. Of course, it wasn't because he was angry that his guard was killed, but because his guard was so easily killed by a demon wolf, which made him feel humiliated. Especially in front of Liao Shi. Kill it! It wasn't rare for demon beasts to injure people in the abyss. It could only be said that his companion was unlucky. The other demon guards weren't that sad or worried. After all, it was just a demon wolf. Yes, young master, a demon guard said in a deep voice. He sneered and strode forward. Bastard, come and die. Black armor wasn't favored by the young master recently. This was a well-known fact. Then, after returning to Irfing City, the position of the leader of the guards around the young master would definitely be changed to someone else. Such a good opportunity was not to be missed. The bodyguard who had volunteered had been rather active recently. Black armor was expressionless. He was loyal to the main family, but that didn't mean he didn't have any temper or schemes. After all, it was impossible for him to survive to this day and obtain the trust of the city lord to become the leader of the guards just by relying on loyalty alone. Against a demon that wanted to replace his position and was a subordinate of Shiri, there was only coldness in his eyes. Ordinary demon wolf? Haha, what a joke! Let's see how you die. Ah! Amidst the screams, the volunteer guard's stomach was cut open, and blood and organs flowed all over the ground. Save me! Save me! The strong vitality of the demon kept him alive. He grabbed the ground and crawled. But soon, his pain ended. The demon wolf's eyes were cold as it bit through his throat and swallowed his head. This thing seemed to be especially interested in the demon's head. Brain-eating demon wolf, it's a brain-eating demon wolf! A demon guard shouted, his eyes filled with fear. Abyss demonic beasts had no intelligence. They only knew to follow their instincts and frantically devour other demonic beasts or demons to increase their strength. The more they devoured, the more chaotic the demon bloodline in their body would be. Unless they were lucky enough to transform into a demonic beast king, they would regain consciousness and gain intelligence under the suppression of the will of the abyss. But aside from this, there was another situation that allowed demonic beasts to gain a certain degree of intelligence. That was brain-eating. The power of the demons came from the demon bloodline in their bodies. Their souls were nourished by a mysterious substance in their brains. That was how they could continuously strengthen themselves as their strength increased. Devouring large amounts of demon brain matter could help demonic beasts get rid of the influence of their bloodline. Of course, the demonic beasts themselves didn't know this. Thus, brain-eating demonic beasts were often born due to some unexpected circumstances. But there was no doubt that brain-eating demonic beasts possessed power that far surpassed their own kind. Because of their intelligence, they could consciously avoid danger and avoid powerful opponents. They only hunted weak prey and slowly accumulated strength. As for the brain-eating demonic beasts, if they wanted to remain conscious, they would have to consume the brains of the demons to maintain their consciousness. Thus, this was the scene they were seeing now. Black Armor took a step forward and said, "Young master, there is no need to worry. It is just a brain-eating demonic wolf. At most, it can only compare to a demon general. Wait for this subordinate to kill it and take its head to dispel young master's worries." Lan Bo nodded slightly. "Very good. Go." Although he wasn't clear about Black Armor's strength, his elder brother seemed to value him. Since he had sent Black Armor as a leader, there should be no problem with Black Armor's strength. Reality proved that there was no problem with Lan Bo's confidence. Although he didn't like Black Armor's way of doing things, Black Armor's strength was tyrannical. After a few simple exchanges, Black Armor tested out the strength of this brain-eating demonic wolf. Then, he took out his spear and pierced through it. The brain-eating demonic wolf frantically struggled. However, the power that invaded its body was like violent magma, madly annihilating its vitality. The madness, ruthlessness, and unwillingness in its eyes finally disappeared, returning to a deathly stillness. Black Armor panted slightly. Although he hadn't attacked for long, he had expended a significant amount of energy. Only that final spear strike had that kind of power. However, it was all worth it. Perhaps through this matter, he could redeem his position in young master's heart. Even if he gave up his position as the guard captain, he wouldn't end up in such a miserable state. However, at this moment, Black Armor suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His expression changed, and he stomped on the ground, retreating without hesitation. His reaction was fast, but he was still a step too slow. The brain-eating demonic wolf's corpse exploded with a bang. At this critical moment, Black Armor roared. Demonic chi erupted from his body, wrapping around him and forming a suit of battle armor. Forming demonic chi into armor was one of the methods of a demon general. The reason Black Armor had this name was because the demonic chi armor he condensed had astonishing defensive capabilities. However, at this moment, when the brain-eating demonic wolf exploded and formed a blood mist, it was like falling into a strong acid. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of Black Armor's flesh was corroded away. The exposed flesh immediately turned a greenish-black color and began to emit a foul stench. Black Armor's expression changed. He did not hesitate to use his hand as a saber and cut off the discolored flesh. Only when he saw fresh blood flow out did he sigh in relief. However, when his gaze fell on the rapidly dissipating blood mist, his heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong with the situation? Although the brain-eating demonic wolf had some intelligence, it had self-destructed after being killed. Furthermore, its blood mist contained a potent poison that surpassed the limits of its abilities. Could someone be controlling this brain-eating demonic wolf? As soon as this thought appeared, Black Armor's heart shrank. An icy chill rose from the bottom of his heart, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. Demonic beasts had no intelligence. Aside from a few, they could not be tamed. As for the bloodthirsty and cruel demonic wolves, they were the most unruly of all. No demon had ever heard of anyone being able to control them. However, there were exceptions to everything in the world. There was a type of demon that the Abyss did not tolerate. They could not step into the territory controlled by the Abyss demon race. They could only wander the wilderness of the Abyss like stray dogs, living alongside demonic beasts. They were neither demons nor ghosts. They were the previously mentioned red-eyed demon race. Because they had devoured too many other demon race bloodlines, they eventually lost control of their power and became controlled by the demon race bloodline. They were incomparably violent and terrifying existences that only knew how to kill and destroy. Perhaps the Abyss itself was the source of evil, so it was not completely locked down. The red-eyed demon race might have been abandoned by the orthodox demon race, and if they were discovered, they would be relentlessly hunted down. However, the red-eyed demon race had obtained the ability to coexist peacefully with demonic beasts. They could survive in the wilderness, and some powerful red-eyed demon race could even use special methods to control demonic beasts. If this was really the case, Black Armor took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. He quickly retreated to Lan Bo's side and said gravely, "Young master, we must leave immediately." Chapter 1081. It is rare to see such a powerful demon general under your command, Liao Shi said softly, showing a trace of admiration. This made Lan Bo feel that he had redeemed his previous loss of face. Just as he was about to smile modestly, Black Armor rushed back and hurriedly said that he wanted to leave immediately. This interruption made Lan Bo feel that his good situation was ruined. He frowned subconsciously. Why? As expected, even if this Black Armor had some strength, he was completely unsuitable for him. He was simply too blind. Black Armor was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. He said anxiously, "This brain-eating demonic wolf's behavior is abnormal. It might be hiding danger. Young master, I don't have time to explain. We might still be able to make it if we leave now." Liao Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. He glanced at Black Armor and revealed a trace of surprise. Although his previous praise was somewhat intentional, this thing's strength was indeed very good. Moreover, it seemed to be alert and decisive enough. It had some value in nurturing it. But in Lan Bo's eyes, her behavior had a different meaning. His complexion darkened. Black armor, what are you trying to say? This fellow displayed his strength. Could it be that he wanted to use this opportunity to obtain more credit in exchange for his satisfaction? At other times, he wouldn't mind cooperating with his subordinate. As long as everything was under control, this was unimportant. But not now. If he were to turn around and leave without even knowing the reason behind his actions, putting aside subduing Liao Shi, the good impression he had left on her would be torn to shreds in an instant. I found you. A low and gloomy voice seemed to resonate with the air, entering everyone's ears with a slight tremor. Black Armor's complexion changed drastically. He felt an unforgettable cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty tone from this voice. It's them. It really is them. If he had fled just now, he might have been able to escape with the young master with his strength, but it was clearly too late now. Lan Bo shouted with a gloomy expression. Black Armor suddenly turned around and stared at the depths of the forest. He roared, "Enemy attack! Protect the young master!" This was the tragedy of an abyss slave. No matter how strong or smart you were, everything was controlled by your master. You had no right to bargain. Moreover, even if you fell into danger, you could only choose to risk your life. Suffer and escape alone? It doesn't exist. Wisps of mist appeared. They were dark and gloomy, like dancing claws and fangs, harvesting the aura of life. Wherever it passed, the lush trees rapidly withered. Even the abyss trees, which had absorbed demonic energy to nourish themselves, could not withstand the destructive power of this mist. Bang, bang, the earth trembled, accompanied by the sound of trees being knocked down or falling to the ground, gradually approaching from afar. It was as if a huge creature was walking through the fog and approaching the camp. Lan Bo's face was ashen. There was no doubt that the development of the matter had already proven Black Armor's judgment. But it was precisely because of this that it made his previous foolishness and ignorance even more obvious. How would Liao Shi Xiaojie view him? From the corner of his eyes, he saw that she was looking at the fog and was not paying attention to him at all. This discovery made Lan Bo clench his fists subconsciously, and a trace of gloom appeared in his eyes. Damn Black Armor! Mistake? Of course he couldn't be wrong. Then, the one who was wrong could only be the incompetent Black Armor. Laughter came from the fog, incomparably charming and seductive. "Little brother, I said before that we would meet again soon." After a pause, the laughter continued. "So today, I have come here to fulfill our previous promise. Little brother, hurry up and come out." This voice, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. It really was Spring Wind 13th Lady. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. This woman did have some background. Moreover, although he didn't know what this fog was, he felt a trace of dread. Of course, dread didn't mean anything. At most, it could only mean that the fog was fierce. Qin Yu had 10,000 ways to disperse this fog, but now wasn't the time for him to appear. This was Liao Shi's stage. Thus, after Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, his expression returned to normal. He remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. Liao Shi said, "Qin Yu, it seems that she's looking for trouble with you." Yeah. Qin Yu looked at her. It was unknown what she was planning, but he decided to play it by ear and not say anything. Liao Shi shook her head, a helpless expression on her face. "You brat, you always like to stir up trouble. If you really make a mess, don't you need this big sister to clean up after you? Forget it, I'll help you one more time. Remember this. You owe this big sister a favor." This woman was definitely taking advantage of him on purpose. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and put on a fake smile. "Then I'll have to thank big sister." "Good boy." Liao Shi waved her hand. "Old He, I'll have to trouble you to deal with this." He Tiangang bowed. "Yes, miss." "Hold on," Lan Bo suddenly said. "I said before that I would protect Miss Liao and your safety. Now that there's a problem, how can I hide behind you?" He looked at the fog, a cold light in his eyes. A red-eyed demon race that can control demon beasts? Haha, since we've encountered such trash, let's kill them all so they don't bring disaster to the abyss in the future. Liao Shi hesitated. Wouldn't this be too troublesome for Sir Lan Bo? After all, these red-eyed demons are not to be trifled with. That's right. The more I do this, the more I can display my strength and restore my previous image. Lan Bo laughed. Miss Liao Shi, rest assured that the strength of my guard isn't limited to what he displayed just now. A mere red-eyed demon race isn't anything at all. He turned and said, Black-armored captain, I ask you to capture that woman that tried to harm Miss Liao Shi. I want her to kneel in front of the miss and beg for mercy. Black-armored could feel that Lan Bo's will didn't allow him to argue. His eyes flickered for a moment before he fell silent. Yes, sir. Standing up, he grasped his spear and stepped forwards. His figure was like a great bird that soared into the skies as he howled into the fog. A slave was an ant in the eyes of their master. They had no will of their own. Even if there was a bottomless abyss in front of them, they had to do so without hesitation. City Lord, if you die in battle today, please don't blame me for not protecting sir. Black-armored had tried his best. Bang! Within the fog, there was a violent explosion. Then, it tumbled about like a hideous monster. Black-armored's strength was indeed as Lan Bo had said. It was far greater than what he had displayed before. He slaughtered his way into the fog alone and began to fight with the enemies. One could hear that there wasn't just one person coming. From time to time there would be cries of death. Lan Bo smiled. Miss Liao Shi, rest assured that my guard captain is strong. He will definitely be able to. Before he finished speaking, a figure was sent flying back from the fog at an astonishing speed. This figure smashed through dozens of trees and fell in a mess. Blood gushed out from his nose and mouth, and his eyes were wide and gloomy. This was Black-armored who had slaughtered his way into the fog. From the looks of it, he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. It was clear that he wouldn't live for long. Lan Bo's words and the smile on his face froze. He looked at the fog and for the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. He knew just how cruel and terrifying the red-eyed demon race was. But, because the demonic bloodline within these fallen demons had gone berserk, the demon general realm was nearly the limit of their strength. If they went any higher, their only fate would be to be torn to pieces by the wild strength within their bodies. This was why Lan Bo had been so calm and confident before. This was because Black-armored's strength was enough to fight against any demon general, even the cruel red-eyed demon race. But now, it was clear that something had gone wrong. Black-armored had been slaughtering his way through the fog and was suddenly knocked back, severely wounded and on the verge of death. There was only one possibility. There was an even stronger powerhouse amongst the red-eyed demon race that had attacked. Moreover, their strength was so terrifying that it far surpassed the limits of what Black-armored could withstand. With just one strike, they had severely wounded him. And the only one who had the qualifications to do this was a demon general. Just as this thought appeared, Lan Bo's heart skipped a beat. A cold chill gushed out from the depths of his heart, sweeping through every inch of his body as if wanting to freeze his blood. His elder brother, Lan Hai, who had just become Erfeng City's lord, was a demon general. Thus, Lan Bo had a clear understanding of just how strong a demon general was. In front of a demon general, no matter how powerful a demon general was, they would only be able to fight with a heaven-defying demonic bloodline in the abyss. Otherwise, no matter how many of them there were, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs that could be easily destroyed. At this moment, Lan Bo suddenly felt regret. If he had listened to Black-armored, perhaps he would have had a chance to escape from here. But now, there was no longer any meaning in saying all of this. He had to think of a way to survive. Fighting head-on definitely wouldn't work, so he could only start elsewhere. Calm down, I must calm down. It had to be admitted that although Lan Bo was a little arrogant, his basic qualities were still pretty good. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. For example, right now, he still didn't know that there were a few people watching the show. Trapped in a desperate situation of life and death, Lon Bo, who was thinking at high speed, suddenly took a deep breath and said loudly, "My elder brother is the current city lord of Irfing City, Lon Hai. He has the strength of a demon general, and the background that Irfing City represents shouldn't need me to say more. If we die here today, my elder brother will definitely find the true culprit at all costs to avenge me. Therefore, we are willing to take responsibility for the conflict from before and the situation today, and we will pay the corresponding price. I hope that everyone can be magnanimous and let us live. This is the best choice for you and me." The mist suddenly dissipated, but it didn't disappear directly. Instead, it quickly gathered in one place, revealing the hidden place. A ferocious-looking beast that was almost 300 meters tall and had eyes that seemed to be dyed red with blood appeared in front of everyone. All of the mist was being sucked into its mouth and nose. Its black scales flashed with a metallic luster. A blood-eyed demon sat on its head, looking down at everyone with a cold gaze. A ball of light floated next to the beast. Spring Wind 13th Lady sat cross-legged inside the faint white circle of light. Behind her were ferocious-looking red-eyed demons with bloodthirsty eyes. There were at least 100 of them. Each of these blood-eyed demons had a demon beast at their command, and they kept growling from the depths of their throats. At this moment the air seemed to freeze. It was like there was an invisible mountain pressing down on the hearts of Lon Bo and the others. Even breathing became difficult. Over 100 red-eyed demons, the terror of this power was simply unimaginable. We all know that the red-eyed demons were created because they devoured too much. The demonic bloodline in the bodies of other demons eventually went out of control, and the bloodline went berserk, affecting their minds and causing them to degenerate into monsters that only knew killing and destruction. Therefore, each red-eyed demon had devoured at least 10 other demons before they degenerated. This meant that the power they possessed far surpassed that of ordinary demons. They could even compare to demon generals. Of course, even though it wasn't 100%, from their auras, at least half of these 100 blood-eyed demons had reached the demon general level. Julu City, which had almost been destroyed by the beast horde, had only been able to gather 50 to 60 demon generals when the 4 top factions, the City Lord's Mansion, Thousand Eye Hall, Merry Forest, and 3 Life Pavilion, worked together. In terms of high-level battle prowess, this was already a powerful strength comparable to a top-tier city. However, the most shocking and terrifying thing was the beast at the very front and the blood-eyed demon sitting cross-legged on its head. After suffering a bloodline backlash that affected their minds, the blood-eyed demon was still a demon on the surface, but they were almost no different from demon beasts. They would be controlled by their bloodline and fall into the abyss of devouring demonic bloodlines. They would become violent and kill endlessly, and only a small amount of their minds would remain. However, although the eyes of this blood-eyed demon occasionally flashed with a destructive and violent aura, there was only coldness and calmness in the depths of his eyes. The terrifying aura was like a black hole that was constantly being released and enveloped everything within its range of destruction. As for the beast below him, there was the sound of wind and thunder as it breathed. It was deep and heavy like a drum, and it pressed down on one's mind like they were in a desperate situation. Lon Bo's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. His face, which had been forcefully stabilized, became deathly pale. Demon General! There wasn't just one Demon General red-eyed demon. There was also a terrifying Demon General level demon beast. The reason why the Demon General level demon beast could maintain its mind was because it had devoured the brains of countless demons. This was definitely something the red-eyed demon race had intentionally raised to increase its own strength. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. With the strength of 2 Demon General level demon beasts stacked together, the destructive effect would increase exponentially. The reason why Lan Bo was able to remain calm earlier was because his elder brother had given him a trump card to protect his life. With this trump card, even if he faced a demon general, he had a certain degree of confidence in escaping. But now, he was facing two demon general-level demon beasts. The power of 1+1 would definitely be far greater than 2. The trump card would lose its effect. Damn it, when people had something to rely on, they were usually able to appear calm and confident. Even if the negotiation failed, they could just leave. They could just pretend that all their previous efforts were in vain. As long as they were alive, nothing was a problem. However, when life and death were out of their control and they no longer had something to rely on, it was a little difficult to maintain calmness. Lan Bo bit his tongue to prevent himself from trembling too much. His thoughts spun wildly. Right now there was only one thing he could think of: how to leave this place alive. When he saw the demon general Red-Eyed Demon, Lan Bo grasped the crux of the matter. The other party's target was not him. Liao Shi was the crux of why this demon general Red-Eyed Demon did not hesitate to expose himself and personally attack. It had to be known that this was a huge risk in itself. Once the news of the demon general Red-Eyed Demon's existence was leaked, it would definitely attract the combined forces of the major forces of the Abyss. The existence of the Red-Eyed Demon King had already conquered several layers of the Abyss, causing hundreds of millions of demons to live in fear. The Abyss world would definitely not allow a second Red-Eyed Demon King to be born. Even if there was only a trace of hope, it would be completely destroyed. The more Lan Bo thought about it, the colder his heart became. He could not find any possibility of the other party letting him live, even if his elder brother was the city lord of Erfeng City, a powerful existence that had a high chance of obtaining the recognition of the Abyss and reaching Demon King rank in the future. However, accidents often appeared in despair. The red-eyed demon sitting cross-legged on the head of the beast actually nodded. "You can leave." Lan Bo's eyes widened and his heartbeat sped up. His instincts told him that things would not be so simple. The blood-eyed demon race was cruel and bloodthirsty. How could they let him leave so easily? Furthermore, they were not afraid of exposing their existence. There was a problem, there had to be a problem. Perhaps, as long as I leave here, I will immediately be surrounded and killed. There are other blood-eyed demons hiding in the surroundings. However, this was not a problem. As long as he left the range of the two demon generals, he could activate the life-saving trump card his elder brother had given him and directly escape. That's right, that's it. Taking a deep breath, Lan Bo turned to look at Liao Shi. At this moment, the blood-eyed demon spoke again. "Only you can leave. They must stay." His tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Spring Breeze 13's expression changed slightly, and she frowned. "Chief." Her cooperation with the blood-eyed demon race was a great taboo in the Abyss. Once this matter was exposed, she would definitely die. Of course, she did not want to see a hidden danger that could endanger her safety. The blood-eyed demon chief expressionlessly looked down at her. "I have my own arrangements for this matter. You do not need to say anything." Being shrouded by his gaze, endless fear poured out from the bottom of her heart. Spring Breeze 13's face paled, and she hurriedly bowed respectfully. Lan Bo's expression kept changing. However, in less than a breath's time, he had already made his choice. Compared to death, everything else was nothing. After thinking this through, he no longer hesitated. He said directly, "I will leave immediately. Regarding today's matter, I will not say a word. If I go against this, I will be hated by the Abyss and die without a burial place." In the Abyss, this kind of oath had an absolute binding force. Once it was violated, the Abyss will would sense it, and he would suffer a miserable fate. The demon commander Red-Eyed Demon Race's mouth curled up. Amidst the mockery, there seemed to be a trace of emotion. Then, he waved his hand. "Go." Lan Bo turned around and left without looking at Liao Shi again. Capturing the princess indeed had endless benefits, and it was worth it for him to go all out. However, if he had to choose between life and death, of course, he would live,